Hello, thank you all for coming to Symphonic's VMIS on diverse and integrated digital marketing strategies. We wanted to put together a panel of folks with some really good expertise here to sort of answer that question for you. The kind of base behind the topic is what we all keep hearing, right? That playlisting is not a marketing strategy. It's certainly an important end game, but that is not a strategy for getting your music heard alone. Everybody says that, so what is, right? So we've put this crew together with a whole bunch of diverse business experiences to kind of share with you some ideas that they've had and some experiences they've had that have been successful in developing artists' careers. And we're going to talk today about kind of all the buttons and levers that artists should be using as they engage their audience and learn to express themselves effectively online and spread word about their art as widely as possible in a way that's genuine, in a way that's effective. And most importantly, because a lot of the folks that'll be listening today are developing artists in a way that's cost effective. The huge budgets aren't always there when you're putting out your first record. So how can we hyper target an ad campaign? How can we come up with really creative ways to engage that don't cost money? How can we get organic and real evangelism rather than paid here and there? So the aim is just, how do you get yourself and your music in a place to make the biggest impact possible? And yes, ultimately to be considered for features and for playlists without just thinking, how do I get on that playlist? So we'll start out with introducing our panelists, and I'm just going to kind of go around the horn from the way that I see it here on my screen, which may not be the way that you see it on yours, but we'll start over here with Marnie Warner she is the VP of Marketing and Business Development at the Syndicate. And she was previously also with Sneak Attack, which is now part of the Syndicate. So welcome, Marnie.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Marnie is also the co-founder of Equilibrium, which is something I want to put a whole nother panel together for to talk about, because it is about general wellness of the community that we all work in here and how we can reach that. And we're going to need it this week, this month, this year. We already need it. Anything you want to do to introduce yourself, Marnie? Or I kind of threw it all out there for you already. I apologize.
No, you kind of nailed it. I'm hiring you to do my intros from now on.
Fantastic. I have to use this background by law, so I hope that's okay. Next, Michael Corcoran, who's EVP of Marketing and Business Development with M Theory. Like a lot of you watching, Michael's kind of taken a path through a lot of different places in music. College booker, road manager, managing artists, including, I saw on your sheet there, Michael, Alexi Murdoch, who is a huge artist for me. I need to talk to you about that over beers one day soon, when we're allowed to see each other face to face again.
Yes, indeed.
And Michael's here in Nashville now with M Theory and running full-scale broad marketing campaigns there. Anything you'd like to add, sir?
No, I think like Marnie said, you're doing a great job so far. Nailing it.
My goal is to talk as little as possible and just lead you guys to say stuff. So I'm saying it all now so I can just quiet down from here on out. Corey Crossfield's with us from Feature FM. She's the Director of Client Services there. Corey's got a very extensive background in digital marketing as well, with Revelation and Red Light, Bitbird before that. And she now manages all campaigns over at Feature FM with the clients on their diverse tools there. So welcome, Corey.
Thank you, and marvelous introduction.
Maybe I'm in the wrong gig here. And last but certainly not least, Andrew Ferrone is on our team here at Symphonic. He handles all of our digital advertising, both for the corporate side and for client side. We brought Andrew on because, I'm just constantly psyched and impressed with sort of the breadth of a campaign that he's able to put together. And I wanted to help him add some really, interesting ideas to the conversation. If you do have budget to spend in an ad campaign, how do you spend that wisely, thoughtfully?
Yeah, it's definitely my goal, is to make sure that every dollar is allocated intelligently rather than just throwing money at the wall and hoping it sticks. That's definitely not the goal, and definitely not the strategy.
And I am Michael Burrows. If you don't know me, I run the client marketing here at Symphonic. And so my team is the folks that you can count on, both to build strategy for your releases if you're engaged with us in that fashion. And whether you are or not, we're also the folks that are carrying on all the DSP conversations for you, whether it's features, whether it's playlists, whatever opportunities for visibility that DSP has. We're the folks that are in the trenches every day trying to get that for the releases that we work here at Symphonic. I have been lucky enough to work with each of these people throughout my career at one point, whether it's here at Symphonic or beforehand. And you've got a really great group of folks with a really broad, broad list of experiences here. So conversation should be good. So let's get into it. The idea, playlisting is not a marketing strategy, right? So obviously it is super important. There's no question there. It definitely is the visibility you're after in the long run, but there is no silver bullet, right? And it can't be the only thing that we're talking about, because if the only thing we're talking about is getting that playlist, you're not going to get that playlist. We've got to come to the table with something else going on. We've got to come to the table with something that's going to make you stand out from the other 40 to 45,000 pieces of content that are put up on streaming services every day. And if you get to the point where you've handed over your music and you're just looking for that playlist, you're almost too late, because at that point it's in somebody else's hands to make those decisions. So what can you do leading up to it to make that an easier decision for the folks that are going to be making it at the DSPs? And because I'm old, I kind of always hearken it, and you guys, I'll probably have your opinions too, but I kind of hearken that playlist to the idea of like the end cap, right? At a record store or at a big box retailer. Like, it's certainly a great place to be. It certainly makes the noise you want to on release day. But A, it can't be the only thing you're doing. And B, the guy that makes the decisions on what to put on that end cap needs to have heard about you already, needs to know what's going on. Why should he care? Why should she care? Why should it matter to them to put you in front of eyes over the other options that they've got? Certainly the music's got to be good, but what can we do to kind of make ourselves stand out? And so we've got a handful of topics that we're going to bounce through, and then I'm going to stop talking and let somebody else talk a little bit. But the first kind of area of conversation here that we want to talk about is that release schedule. You've spent so much time and effort and heart and passion putting together this music and getting it exactly perfect. And now that it's done, it's like, it has to be out tomorrow, right? We have to get it up as soon as possible, instead of slowing down and putting some intention into it. And I want to talk a little bit about why it's really important to put that calendar together, and sort of what reasons that time between finished product and release needs to be there, and what we can do for it. So I'm going to leave it out on the floor to just kind of pick up as you see it, but let's talk about all the different things we can about here. Press pickup, all the tools that we can use. Any experiences that we've had lately where the more time you've had at the table between finished product and release, you've really been able to do something sound and excellent?
I'll jump in. I think so. I've experienced both recently. One in which a campaign, the record was done 6-7 months before release date, and then another where a single was rolled out very quickly without a whole lot of planning. I mean, I think, it really does depend on the level of artist that you are. I do think there's something to be said for that. I think you have more flexibility and freedom as a completely unknown developing artist to put something out without much time between finished music and the actual release date. And for us, we typically think of it like, okay, sit down, map out what your goals are. What do you want to achieve with this song, with this album, with this whatever piece of content it is you are looking to do, and think about how you achieve those goals, right? And typically speaking, the more time you have in between the music being done and the music being released is the more time to if you're again, starting from scratch, building a team. What does that team look like around you? Is it a distribution partner like Symphonic? Well, they're going to need time to then talk to all the digital partners about you and tell your story and why they should be compelled to listen. And again, I think, for artists that have a more established career, I think that time is even more critical for those exact reasons. It's, it allows your press team to tell the story to press because, we know that press needs a lot of lead time. Same with the digital service providers. Like, you want to talk to somebody at Spotify. Well, again, they're listening to so many different things at any given time. Getting on their calendar can be very challenging. And so, let alone getting them to listen. So the more time they have for that, and then to be able to think strategically and creatively, the more benefit to the artist.
I would say yes, and also the opposite, because when you have an indie artist when you have a major artist that has a fan base already, they can feasibly drop something anytime they want because they already have the fan base. That said, if you're going to do it properly with the setup, yes, you do need time to, get the press sorted and, all of the million things that need to happen before that release comes out, the single drops, all these things. But as an independent artist, I think a lot of because we work with artists from, super big names to tiny artists that are just starting out. And I think one of the things that we see with the more independent artists that have smaller fan bases is they, like you said, Michael Barrows, they finish the album and they're like, we gotta get out tomorrow. It's old news already to us, but it's not old news to everyone else in the whole world. And when you rush that process, and you haven't done the work to build your fan base, you're kind of putting yourself at a disservice, because you're releasing this body of work that you've spent so much heart and soul and time on to a very small audience that might not be ready for it. So, to kind of take that time between, even when you're making the album, whether it's your first album, your fifth album, whatever it is, make sure that you're building your fan base and your community as well, so that when you release that first single, the video, another single, maybe another video, even if these videos are just shot with your iPhone, and then the album, that people are psyched for it and they want it and they're ready for it. And, that you have this kind of fan base ready to consume what you're putting out there, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, both from the social platform side of things and from the DSP side of things, exactly what you just talked about, Marnie, is crucial. Getting that whole thing done and saying, we're getting it out tomorrow, versus, listen, when you give us a record to pitch to a platform, right, we need a focus track to go into those playlists. And if all they have is the one, that's about what you're going to get attention on right off the bat, right? So if you've got 1, 2, 3 singles up front, and we can pitch each one of those as an individual opportunity for visibility, and then the album also has a focus track, you've built audience along the way. You have them ready for and eager for that album when it's time to get there. Corey, can you talk a little bit about sort of the tools that you guys have, and how important that upfront relationship with the fans, can be catered to and lit a fire with those kind of tools?
Yeah, I mean, to speak to Marnie and Michael's points, as much lead time as possible is always the best thing that we advise from a platform perspective, because you can have a great set of tools, but if you've got 3 days to promote a single or a new EP drop, it's really going to be fruitless for the efforts that you're going to be putting forward. So for our platform, the main things that we like to say for people to use beyond just the basic pre-save, which I think is one of our core products that we're pretty well known for, is also just action pages, which are sort of the actions that you can have people take beyond just pre-saving a track, right? Like you could lock, you could have an unlock tool where you could have somebody, give you an email in exchange for a preview of a song coming out, in exchange for a music video coming out. We've also got tools like our new bio links, where you can put things up in your bio on Instagram and TikTok and somehow be able to convert users that would automatically just consume your music on the day of release and promote stuff in advance. And for us as a platform, we've seen a lot of people adopt the bio links product as a really great mainstay for them in between when they've finished a product and they've already been promoting that release with great content online, while they're recording the process of making the album or the single and then leading up to the release. We've seen a lot of people have great success with that, because they're sort of filling in the gap of just posting content and actually asking fans to take an action. And with the rise of TikTok as the ultimate leveler with their algorithm, being able to take advantage of those types of platforms where it's more of a one-to-one, like with Instagram stories, or even one-to-many with TikTok's algorithm and how they surface content, using the bio links and those types of products are enabling you as an artist to capture data and be able to then reuse that at any point where you deem it might be useful.
It's almost like, depending on the amount of content that you've got as a developing artist that's just getting going, that bio link page works as well as a homepage. If you don't have a really deep and broad aesthetic that you're trying to convey in a beautiful website, putting a page like that out there that's got each call to action you're looking for and a couple really key pieces of information about the artist can be just as useful. Not to pitch you guys too hard, but
yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful statement about our product. I appreciate that. You're helping us market it itself.
I'm not getting commissions.
But I think nowadays people, and artists in particular and their teams, when you have the more established artists, whether it's a legacy artist or somebody that's sort of middle of their career, having a website is something that is obviously useful, because they'll be touring, they'll be doing a lot of stuff for developing artists, which I sort of classify as artists that have maybe one album or single, or and are sort of building up from there. They're not brand new, but they're in that field of growing. I think that, you know, using those types of, like the BioLink product for a website substitute is massively useful and more productive than building out like a Squarespace site. Just because it's the ease of use. You don't have to have a tangible branding. You don't have to have a logo. You can just put your music up there, the content, and have people engage with it right away.
How much customizability is to that bio page? I haven't really dug too deeply into them, but if they do have a logo, if they do have a photo that they want, is that available on that site, the way they can lay it out?
Yeah, it's all customizable. You can switch out colors. You can put awesome GIFs. Personally, I built a share one for all the examples that I use it for because she's awesome. And yeah, you can pretty much put anything you want in there. Customize the buttons, the background. You can put your logo up, videos, really anything that you want.
And Andrew, can we talk a little bit about too, you know, just kind of taking that audience building piece of it a little bit farther beyond just getting the email addresses onto a list, right? And even if what you're choosing to advertise is this bio page, is the homepage with one single call to action, the time it takes to kind of really build an audience that then on the day of release you can action. Some of the work that you're doing there.
Yeah, I mean, building an audience is always key for any campaign. And to harp off of the original question, you know, time is always preferred with anything in advertising. The more time you get, the more time you can strategize. You can choose more platforms. You can get into the details of things, especially when, you know, all you have is an email list as your audience. You know, you can have more time to get to know those people, especially on social media, because you can add those people to an audience and create an ad and just promote to those people and say, hey, you know, if you're not following me on social media, here's my stuff. You know, take a listen, follow me on Facebook, add me on Instagram, those sorts of things, and then get personal with people. The more personal you are with your fan base, the more you build a community. Once you have a community, those people go to bat with you. You know, you put out a new release, they'll be more willing to share it with your friends because they know you rather than know your music. People want to be on a personal level with the musicians, and you know, a lot of the bigger artists, they have lost that touch, and you're starting to see them come out with those text message lists where they can have people text them and talk to them these days. It's so that they can get back in touch with their fan base because, you know, given the pandemic and everything where everybody got shuttered inside, they lost that connection with their fans because they're no longer touring. And that's how most artists were building their audiences, was touring off of every album that they released. When they didn't have that crutch to lean on anymore, you know, the red lights went off and they're sitting there, you know, trying to figure out what the best way to do. And those artists that had a fan base and were in touch with their community were able to make those quick pivots, whether it was to a streaming platform like Twitch and start live streaming their music, or if it was just to, you know, work on their music and share things that they were working with on their socials. They still had an audience that came back to them because they actually took the extra effort to build that community and talk to their people and find out what they like, what made them tick, and what made them like their music in the first place.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, you really are selling yourself short by far.
I think, you know, this could be a topic for forever. There's so much to bake in here. You know, there are places where we have these conversations online on the social community a lot. So feel free to jump into those. You know, the kind of flip side of this one, take as much time as you think you need to get it out there. But my other advice on that is that make sure you've got a call to action and a collection point at every step along that way, right? If you're out way in front of your record and you're just saying music's coming, but you've got no way to retarget the people that you reached then, you've got no pre-save, no action for them to take. No, you know, the pre-save tends to be sort of sometimes a hurdle for some fans that aren't used to that activity, right? But there's a lot of things you can ask of a fan that are going to let you come back to them when you've got that music released, including your own playlisting activities on platforms that allow you to do it and stuff like that. So we could talk all about release schedule. The kind of next topic on this one is just generally about social activity, right? not everyone that is releasing music is going to be the kind of artist that from what I'm having for breakfast to the dessert I had and the drinks I'm having out at a bar, every piece of that is going to be conveyed. And not every artist should, right? That always on personality doesn't always work. And it is going to be disingenuous, and fans are pretty savvy. They're able to see when that's disingenuous. So what, what can we do to make sure an artist has sort of that healthy balance of genuine human interaction with fans and also sales, marketing, pitching their releases and everything, getting their lifestyle out there where it's appropriate. We kind of advise that sort of theory of thirds idea, right? That a third of it is your real genuine lifestyle activity, right? A third of it is marketing your music, and then a third of it is that how do I engage with other things that are happening in social media, contesting, other people's activity to kind of make sure you're pulling everything together. Can you guys talk about that and maybe some favorite platforms that you've seen people do really incredible things on lately that really surprised you, whether it's with the tools or just general campaigns that you've helped put together?
Yeah, we do a similar thing. We kind of loop all of the contesting and fan engagement stuff into the promotional bucket and advise like an 80-20 split. So 80% of that being non-promotional, which is shocking to a lot of our clients. Are like, but what am I supposed to talk about? And that in that way, we like kind of get our artists into the mindset of building and creating content that does exactly what we were talking about before, builds their lifestyle content, their life, their sort of things that will connect them to potential fans. It's more fun for the artists, I think, usually, to post that kind of stuff and kind of let people peek into their lives a little bit. We help artists, obviously, with like creating content themes and stuff like that. But it's, I think social media can even just feel daunting when you're thinking about, oh my God, like I have to post about my video like 5 more times and everyone's getting burned out. They don't, like we know how we respond to social media. We don't want to hear about the same thing over and over again. We don't want to be sold to every day. So to be able to follow an artist that you care about, and see that they're posting about things that you can relate to, that sparks engagement, which obviously sparks the algorithm and shows that content to more people and yada yada. So, and it's also a great excuse to find new fans. I might find an artist because they're also talking about the same stuff that I'm talking about that has nothing to do with their music. But I might check out their page because of that, discover that they're an artist, listen to their stuff, and have that instant connection to them, as well as me liking their music. And then I'm kind of a deeper fan than I would have been to start with. So I think that balance is super key.
And how about like the diversity of the platforms too? We talk about reaching your fans where they are, right? If you're not an Instagram user, which would be crazy in today's day and age to not be, if you feel that Facebook is too old an audience for you, or that it's not a good place to spend your time, which also seems totally crazy to me. Can we talk a little bit about kind of getting across all the platforms and making sure that if there's one you specifically feel most genuine on, that at least you're syndicating that out to other platforms to make sure you're touching everybody?
I had one recently where the client just realized that their music was doing well with video games, and they actually ran an ad campaign on Twitch, and it actually grew their audience quite well just by doing that, because they didn't realize that their music was reaching that audience of video gamers. And by them doing that, it actually connected them to the audience that actually responds better than their existing audience was, because the people felt they were more connected to the music because it was something that allowed them to game better, or respond better while they were relaxing, because gaming is essentially a relaxing experience to many people. So by them having that connection, they were a better, I guess you could say, super fan for that artist than when you're out there just mining people doing ads and throwing basically throwing out your money and seeing if it will work in certain audiences. You can only target certain select artists that are similar to you to an extent. Then your music has to build your audience at that point. By knowing that your audience is a certain niche, you're already ahead of the game. And by them targeting it, it just worked really well for them. Now that particular client is actually looking to build their own community on Twitch to interact with them. So it's definitely nice to grow those different platforms, especially ones you're not familiar with, if you have a fan base there. A lot of people used to just be Facebook only, like you were saying, and then Instagram kind of took the crown here lately. YouTube is as well. YouTube's right up there competing with Instagram. And with content being primarily video nowadays, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram Reels, YouTube, it kind of behooves you not to hit all of the similar social platforms that are popular nowadays, if you want to stay on top of your audience, because they all move to what's popular.
Yeah. And just to be aware of everything too, right? Like to not be afraid to try TikTok if you can't imagine yourself resonating there. Some folks have gotten an audience and picked up such incredible momentum from a platform that they may have believed didn't really fit what they were up to.
Yeah, doing simple things like just posting their day on there and people pick up on it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I would just piggyback off that and just say, as an artist, encourage experimentation and see what's working, and be very on top of your game as well, in terms of just, again, using the back end tools that are available to you within YouTube, within Instagram, within TikTok, to see what the engagement looks like, what times of day are best for you and your audience, where are you seeing success. It may be with what you're eating, it may be with humor or whatever. We work with a band that found that their music, like when they were combining the music with crafting videos, like they were going viral on TikTok like crazy. It was like the weirdest, strangest thing, but there's like this whole subculture of crafting on TikTok, and they're like, oh well, we can do this all day long, and it just it led to more engagement, and they brought a bunch of people over to other areas, like to their YouTube channel, then to their Instagram, and to Spotify followers. So we saw an uptick in everything after this just small portion of engagement went up.
That's a super good point too. When you're talking about your plan and what you believe are going to be the tactics you're going to use to grow, don't forget to watch what's happening without your help, right? Don't forget to watch where the organic blip is happening and pouring as much fuel on that as you can, if it feels right. If it feels wrong, stay away from it for sure. But something like that crafting video, you can't have sat down at the table and said, we're going to target the crafting community with this punk song. But when it goes, make sure you're aware of it. Make sure you're out there looking to see, follow up on things like Chartmetric or anything else you can access to see where life's happening and what you can add fuel to.
And Chartmetric is a great tool for anybody out there that doesn't know what that is. It's a fantastic tool to monitor basically everything that you have going on at any given time.
Awesome. So the next topic on here goes very well hand in hand with that social activity, and that's content, right? We the 8 or 10 buzzwords that kick around our community all the time. One of them is certainly content is key, right? Content is king. We hear that all the time, and it's not just to constantly keep people engaged, right? But it is to show as much of your art as possible, right? There are so many folks that are visually engaged, more so even as much, if not more so sometimes, than they are in terms of the audio, right? We've had some great songs that don't really impact until there's a visual element there. Or whether it's an official video or even a lyric video or just a visualizer that helps convey another feeling along with the music. You need to meet the fans where they're at, like we've said before with the social activity, whether that's teasers, whether that's videos, whether it's TikTok, whether it's engaging a dance community to do something around your song because it's appropriate. What advice do you all have for content, both in terms of scheduling it out and in terms of the types of considerations you need to make around your release? Experiences you've had lately that, like, the type of content, you did a great one there, Andrew, with the Twitch community of gamers, the type of content really just shocked you and that needed more fuel.
Go ahead, Corey.
I was just going to say, on my end, I can speak of a recent example that I saw that was just sort of an anomaly. So anytime that we try to advocate for people to approach any type of marketing plan, and when you say content is king, it is, and it's a key objective for any campaign. But we have a few like suggestions for folks when it comes to sharing content and just sort of basic guidelines. And that is, when you're making content for any release, make sure that it's sized appropriately for the platform. That's a huge thing that we see on our end when it comes to engagement. A Twitter image and a Twitter stream is not the same size as a TikTok video. That's a huge thing. That will also help increase engagement when it's sized correctly and people can see what it is. Even if it is a masterpiece, which I'm sure it is, needs to be sized correctly. Number two, make sure that anything that you're sharing, if there is a link or an action to be taken, that you put it in the easiest place possible for the person. So, if you're going to say like link in bio or swipe up on my Instagram story, make sure it's easy for the person to do. You're asking them to commit an action, make sure that the content is promoting that action, you'll get more eyeballs on it. And a recent example that I've seen that I thought was fantastic and just sort of encompasses a lot of these like marketing concepts, after looking at like a chart metric dashboard to see what spikes were happening for this artist. There was a label team at our that we work with at Feature FM, one of the many, as many of you are wonderful partners of ours. I actually saw this app that was created that was sort of leveraging the DSP's APIs and promoting saves to library, which is arguably one of the best metrics for us to get folks to do when you have a new song or release coming out. And it was a Zoltar machine. I don't know if everybody knows what that is, but it's like one of those like horoscope things. So it was actually pre-made content of the artist as the Zoltar machine, spouting out astrologies for each zodiac sign, that I just thought was super clever and on point with the branding. But for me, that's sort of the tangible creative content that, while yes, it was made by a larger artist, you could replicate for yourself by just creating things that are interesting, that stand for your music, that sort of fit that aesthetic guideline that you're going for. And for us, as a platform that advocates for remarketing and building audiences that you can control and leverage, putting your link for your pre-save or your album in there is getting so many eyeballs that you can then use when the release comes out. So that was sort of just my spiel for this.
That's huge and super important. And the thing that we can't reiterate enough times as we talk about this is like, you put so much thought into something, make sure you make it actionable, right? Make sure that you make sure you lead to a particular payoff. We too often are like, yeah, that went really, really well, and then you see nothing happen. It's like, oh, forgot to tell them to do anything afterward. And that's super important. Yeah, really cool. Anyone else?
And same goes for me. I mean, one of the creative contents that we get to work with in the advertising world is the voiceover. Spotify and Pandora allow you to put a voiceover piece for their advertisements. And honestly, it's the most engaging piece of those ads, because when you're listening to Spotify, I mean, how often are you actually just staring at your screen watching your Spotify? You're not. You're alt tabbed somewhere if you're on your computer, you're running if you're exercising, or you're sitting there and you're driving. Nobody's actually staring at the screen watching Spotify. Now, when you have an engaging voiceover, one of our clients got comedic with his and decided to say that his music was guaranteed to make you 2 inches taller and more attractive to the opposite sex. And that in and of itself, I think, was the piece that converted his ad that much better than the opposition out there. Because, I mean, how many times do you hear, hey, this is, such and such, this is my new release, click on the banner to hear more? Those are a dime a dozen. Everybody hears those. But nobody hears that listening to the music's going to make them 2 inches taller and more attractive. And that made people probably pull out their phones and actually look at what the song was, or pay more attention to the ad in and of itself and hear who the artist was so that they could go listen to it later, or actually alt tab back to Spotify and go, oh man, I'm going to click on that, So that sort of thing to, I guess, break the mold of traditional advertising as well, is something that will stand out more in the content world. And it's definitely what seems to work nowadays with everybody getting into the game. That was definitely one of the pieces that stood out for me. And I mean, now that I've suggested to numerous other clients that that's, something that works, people are doing their own renditions or their own versions that work with their brands that are either comedic or soulful, or nowadays people are doing something that's helpful. Somebody actually included something of a history lesson in theirs, and it was quite interesting. But it's working for her, and it
As
works
long
for
as
her.
you gotta make sure to include, results are not guaranteed there, because you don't want to end up wicked disappointed at the end when you're still short. And
For
no one
sure.
likes it. Yeah. No, and that's the thing too. We talk about it too with content. Like, don't just do it because you feel like you have to have a video, you have to have a voiceover in your campaign. Make it make sense, make it connect to what you're doing, make it genuine. Michael and Marnie, want to talk about anything too on this one?
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, just make sure that it's something that really is part of like the fabric of your life, that it just makes it more authentic. It makes it sustainable, if you're gonna make a ton of content on a regular basis, because also, we talk a lot about the consistency of marketing and creating your brand. So if you're gonna do, weekly videos that focus on a certain theme, make sure that it's something that not only does it speak to who you are, but that you like doing it. So that it's a lot easier to do that on a regular basis if you enjoy it, like you were saying with the crafting, TikToks. And we have an artist his name is Leo Saweekin, and he's kind of rebranding himself because he was part of a band and now he's going solo, and he is a really good cook. He loves cooking. And so he's doing like all these, consistently awesome cooking videos, on his Instagram, and it's something he really loves doing, and he would do it anyway. So it's not a big chore for him to go make these videos, and it's something his fans love to see and can relate to.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't echo that more. I think, finding something that you love that feels very genuine to you as an artist that connects with an audience is super. I mean, that's going to be what starts to create that community that we've been talking about here. And that's going to, again, with each of those things, you don't necessarily have to be like salesy or markety with those, but it's really, bringing those people in to pique their curiosity and want to ask more questions about who is this, what is this person doing, what do they have to say. I mean, obviously we've seen a lot recently about, Andrew talked about history lessons, but certainly like civic duty around voting and things like that. There have been tons of artist engagement and meaningful engagement too. This year has been an unprecedented year to allow artists to kind of speak out and engage fans in that way. And I think become advocates for, different rights and for voting and all that. And so it's been a really, you've seen a lot of artists do it really, really well and thoughtfully. And, that's going to lead people to like really become enamored with that person and, want to find out more.
Yeah. Were you going to say something, Andrew? I think you're muted. I think one of the things that we constantly remind people about too is that when you've chosen the platform to do that on, right? If it's a weekly performance series like Marty mentioned, or just generally content that's conveying a different part of you, so that you can get more engagement. The regularity is super important, and almost the scheduling of it is super important. People like to know when they can count on another piece, right? There's a reason that John Oliver is every Sunday night. There's a reason that, these are scheduled out things, and that's that if I know every Thursday I can count on another live performance from my favorite band, I'm going to tell my friends, hey, tune in next Thursday. I'm going to make sure I'm there next Thursday. I'm going to make sure Friday morning I've got a video of it to share. So get in a pattern, get in a flow, get in a way that once you see the one that works, stick with it and let your fans count on it being there another time, even if that means pre-recording it and putting some things out. Depends on the platform whether or not they're going to let you do that anymore, but try to be as regular as you can. And another one that, Michael kind of made reference to, and Andrew mentioned as well before, is the time we're in right now, and probably aren't leaving incredibly quick. Getting into the live stream world is super important. Getting into a place, whether it is through your own platforms that you can convey a regular sit down in front of a mic with a guitar, or, all the way up to something like a mandolin, which is paid tickets for a live show that is such a crazy good sound experience that they've been creating. And there's so many of them. It's not just one or the other. look into it, dig around, see what's out there for you to get up on. The tips you can now take in through streaming platforms, the Patreon kind of thing. There is still a way to make some money when you can't be on stage. And if you're not finding it, dig in. I know there's a couple good blog pieces on the Symphonic blog about what the live platforms are right now that can really help you out in that regard, because we feel you that it is something that is missing from your income streams. And we're doing our best to come up with ideas to help constantly. You know, all 5 of us are here. So.
I would also add to, like, if you play regularly if you used to play regularly at local venues, to check out what those venues are doing online, because a lot of them are doing like cross-posted live streams, or even having people come in and doing, you know, really safe performances and live streams from their space. So, you know, you never know what you can do to, and that might even get you a new audience. You're not constantly, so a lot of times we hear artists are like, but I'm just live streaming to the same people over and over again. So those are some good opportunities to, you know, get in front of a new audience, or like, you know, do a collaboration with another artist and go live with them. And, you know, might be tricky to play together at the same time, but you can at least, you know, one person plays a song and then the other one, and so forth.
Yeah, and getting to know other people on those platforms as well helps to grow your audience, especially with something like Twitch, or you know, Facebook even has their platform too for now. But you know, if you know other people who are also streaming there too, you can split your community or share communities essentially, just by the features that are built in. You know, you can raid another person's channel after you're done with your music and share their music to your fan base, and they can do the same in return. It's one of those things that once you do it, somebody will feel the need to return the favor, and then it just keeps happening and happening, and it's like a train, you know, and you just keep adding more cars to the train.
It's like
So,
a festival. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we will move on to the next topic. Again, one that we probably could have sat on for a whole day, and maybe we should. So I still have this thing that we're trying to plan where we're going to do more regular webinars like this on the regular. So expect phone calls from me, all 4 of you, because this is a good one so far. The next little area we want to touch on is that sort of the suite of online tools and digital advertising that, you know, I don't mean to lump them all together as if one is just one of those tools. Advertising is more than just a tool, but because we've got, you know, time constraints and stuff, let's talk about these 2 things. We've got two real experts in the area, and a couple people that have put together campaigns that include a bunch of tools. We're talking about, of course, Feature FM. We're talking about things like TuneSpeak, ToneDen, MetaBlocks builds some great tools, just some things that you've used. You know, I don't mean to speak of your competitors, Corey, and make you talk about them, but you know, just things that you've used for viral spread, for data collection, for just extra engagement, for that regularity, for that way to come back to a fan later. Can we talk about, you know, experiences you've seen and a bit of things that you've seen work lately? Corey, it'd be great to start with you, and then whether we talk about tools for a little bit, and then move to Andrew for the advertising stuff, and talk about those kind of campaigns around the horn a little.
Yeah. On our end, you know, and I really want to preface this by saying that I'm fine hearing about competitors. It really is going to come down to the use cases that you have as an artist. And, you know, and each platform, I think, I'm agnostic enough to recognize that each of us have our sort of core product that we do really, really well. And with Feature FM, you know, a lot of the stuff that I've seen lately, especially during the current world crisis that we're all in, is this need for a tangible association with audience data. And on our end, that's done with the obvious sort of tools like a email collection, which you can do with our product through an email sign-up form that you build, or if you wanted to set up a pre-save, you can collect data that way. But beyond that, people are sort of recognizing the need for remarketing and retargeting and all of these other facets of audience building that I think prior to the digitally focused music industry that we are in now, you know, people really hadn't put in a lot of investment in that area, you know, with regard to Facebook pixels or Google pixels or TikTok pixels, or pretty much every platform has a pixel at this point. And how you can really leverage that. So going off of the topic of the type of content that you're producing and which platforms you sort of resonate with the most, generally the ones that you're going to be the most familiar with are going to be the ones that you're most popular on. And with that, you need to be able to A, set up the campaign correctly, B, make sure that you are collecting that data from the ad spend that you're doing, or even just from the release that you're promoting. And for us, the products that we've seen the most usage of during, I want to say, the last 6 months is obviously the pre-save function, which we have, where you can, do a bunch of different actions to unlock content, have auto follows on Spotify, that sort of thing. Really push the pre-save before a release comes out. Action pages, where you, like I had mentioned earlier, you can run contests. You can do everything from have somebody subscribe to your YouTube channel to unlock a live stream, or you can run, a pre-save campaign for a playlist or a podcast, or really whatever you're working on right now. And the main thing for us that we've seen lately are bio links, like I mentioned earlier. A lot of folks are using that because everybody is on Instagram or TikTok. Those are the two platforms that we get asked about the most. How do we market on those effectively? How do we insert our pixel into your platform to use this so that we can build an audience, whether it's a lookalike audience or an audience for an artist? I'm sure Andrew can explain what a lookalike audience is. And also, actions that people can commit in what we call the mini browsers. So when you click on a link in an Instagram bio or a TikTok bio and it opens up in like their app framework, what can you do with that to still collect data or monetize or sell or promote? And for us, those are the things that we're seeing right now as trends. Retargeting, remarketing, and sort of how to use pixels. That has been by far the largest thing that I've done, besides illustrating the lovely point that you led this conversation with, that playlisting is not a marketing strategy.
You're on mute there, Mike.
Yes, let's reiterate the point. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bring it all back to the theme. Awesome. Talk about some other stuff that we've seen used in campaigns lately. I'll throw one out quickly. We've been using TuneSpeak a lot lately. It's, this great tool amongst a few others as well that do some similar activity-based stuff. But it's basically turning your fan base into a digital street team for you, right? It is rewarding folks for helping virally spread your content. It is watch this video, share this video, save this to a playlist, all the different actions you can put into those campaigns. You're also, you're also amongst a community of other campaigns that are going on. So you might get some visibility and build a fan base that way. Any other ones, Michael, Marnie, Andrew, you and I have sat through a handful lately that you guys have seen some real success with lately?
TuneSpeak is our probably biggest one. I will say, Corey brought them up too, but ToneDen has a pretty good suite of services for just like basic, and it's, they have different tiers where you can basically start at a free tier. Same with like MailChimp if you want to start up an email list. There are a lot of tools out there that you can use that don't cost a lot of money that help you kind of get a grasp on like a baseline audience and what that looks like. And then as far as pixels go, I think like Google Tag Manager is a great way to kind of lump all that stuff in together so that you're not like everything kind of, you just put one tag manager in and it can basically capture all your pixels out there. So yeah, I mean, TuneSpeak though is a really, really great tool that we've used.
Yeah, we use TuneSpeak a lot as well. And we've seen some really big success with it too. It's just a great platform because they have a built-in audience and it's a community and it's great. We also sometimes use Gleam, and we used them recently for a campaign with an artist called Marco Pave, who he's doing this really cool campaign. It's a stimulus package that he's giving a cash prize to some fans, and so we're doing a similar thing, but we needed a platform that worked with Bandcamp because we wanted to push fans to Bandcamp as well. And so Gleam is able to do that. I think there's several, but we tried that one for this, and it's been working really well. So it's interesting. We kind of we have all of them at our fingertips, and we kind of try different ones for different purposes. Yeah.
Piggyback off of Gleam there, I've used that platform as well for ticket giveaways and stuff like that at a local venue as well. So it helped them not only to give drivers to an incoming artist and say, hey, this is what we're doing for marketing. We're gonna help grow your audience using this like share platform essentially to give away tickets, but it also helps the venue as well grow their stance as well. like Tone Den and like everybody else who has a similar platform. It's pretty much getting people to like all of your platforms or share content on all of them for you. And, it's basically putting your fan base to work for you for whatever you choose the prize, whether it be in this day and age, a lot of people have been doing Zoom conferences with their fans, and it's kind of like the new age meet and greet, where you can sit down and chat with your artist for 15-20 minutes on Zoom. There's been numerous ways that people have been adapting in the digital music industry versus what they were doing before, but it's really cool to see some of these platforms. And from an advertising standpoint, I've been diving into new platforms that are coming out that previously weren't really dabbled into often because they weren't necessary. It wasn't as popular. But with everybody being in their homes nowadays, a platform like Brandzuka that does connected TV ads has been huge for quite a few of our clients at Symphonic, by reaching audiences with their music videos that they never thought would have been reachable before. It's putting people in everyday living rooms just because they can advertise on Hulu and Fire Stick and all of those connected streaming platforms that people have on their TVs. And it gets people to see something they wouldn't normally see, because nowadays people are getting away from cable TV. So these connected TVs have become their lifeline. So being able to put your music on them nowadays is a benefit to any musician. It's kind of like the new age, pitch that you would hear on radio. Except nowadays they're pitching your music video instead of saying, "Hey, your new album's out now" on radio. You're actually getting a digital video that's out there on somebody's television set saying, "Hey, go watch the full video on YouTube." So it's been a very helpful tool in the past 6 months lately.
And you've been baking that into a lot of like other platforms at the same time, right? We'll be on Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, and Brandzuka. Just the multiple touch points there, the way you're able to retarget. Talk a little bit about, so we opened up to client questions for these seminars too. And one that came in was, how can artists with no previous release data or historical audience data create targeted ads sending new fans to the DSPs, right? So, when you are working, which you very often are, and I'm with you in the trenches on some of these, working a brand new artist who doesn't have that following yet, right? Doesn't have a really great audience. Talk a little bit about that lookalike audience stuff we talked about before, and some other tactics you employ to kind of get
My favorite question to ask everybody is, if you were going on tour and you were going to have your own starting acts, who would those starting acts be that are opening for you? And furthermore, if you're going out on tour and you were to open for any huge acts, who would those be? And that will be essentially the ground point or foundation to any basic audience for somebody who doesn't have one. Because essentially, if you're creating your own tour or you're going on tour, you're going to choose similar music, similar artists, something that's going to create a community or fan base that will like your music. Because obviously, you're not going to go tour for a classical music pianist if you're a metal band, though it would be rather interesting to see. I'll give you that much, but it's just not going to be the audience that's going to make you successful. Now, say for example, the metal band is kind of on the industrial side of things. Maybe you could get into some of the darker sides of EDM, but outside of that, I would stick to your guns and choose similar artists in areas that you're popular. Obviously, if you don't have an audience, choosing the top streaming cities is always a good place to start, because those are places where they're already consuming music. So it's kind of a no-brainer to put an ad there if you're a new artist. Outside of that, choosing a place where you're born, a birthplace, went to school, those are always good additions to that list as well, to round it out. And then always, if you've got an email base or an email list somewhere, either from a show that you've done, or just a fan base from running something on any of the various platforms out there, having that to add to it doesn't hurt either. But those are usually the greatest places to start with building those audiences when you have none. And then also incorporating friends and family, talking to them and seeing what they're interested in, what they feel will connect people to you as well, because the people around you are the biggest tools to help you grow your audience as well, though they may be the biggest critics as well too.
Thank you. So we are running a little short on time. We kind of got too verbose on a lot of things, which is always a good problem to have. We had a topic on here to talk a little bit about PR and publicity, and that's sort of the sort of fifth weapon in the arsenal there in what we're talking about here. We don't have a whole lot of time to talk about it, but this is another area where, artists should be considering, Marnie, with Sneak Attack and some of the things that you've continued to do at the syndicate. Talk just very briefly about, sort of what an artist needs to think about when it's time for them to pull a PR publicist on. When is that money well spent? When is it too early? What is the best indicators of that when you're planning that strategy?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something that we talk about a lot because we do have a publicity department at the syndicate, and sometimes we'll work hand in hand. We'll start a social media campaign, take it to a certain point, and then they're kind of ready for that PR piece. I mean, I think with anything, if you're kind of on the independent side, or kind of on the starting out side, the developing side, I should say, the time to hire anyone is when you've kind of taken it to the furthest you can go by yourself. So if you've done as much as you can, and you're like, all right, I either have run out of time or knowledge, or I'm spending so much time kind of researching what to do that I think I need to bring someone else in to do it, that's the time. But before that, there's so much that you can do yourself, and you should do yourself, because especially with PR, you're kind of learning, and social media as well, you're kind of learning the way to do it and kind of what's working for your band, which is really good information to have once you do hire somebody to do stuff for you, because you're the most knowledgeable person for what you are doing and who the people you're trying to hit. You might not always be right when you think you're trying to hit a certain audience, or who your music's going to resonate with, but you've done that work to the point you've found out. You're like, I tried this, this isn't working, this does work sometimes, now I've hit a plateau, I don't really know what to do next. And the other thing is to make sure that you have something to PR. So like a lot of people are like, we're starting a band, we need PR. No, you don't need PR then. Once you are gearing up, and the other thing is, we just released our record, we need PR. No, you needed PR like 4 months ago. So it's really important to know, like, as you're gearing up, when, we're going back to the first topic we discussed, that's kind of the time to think about what you're going to need down the line.
Super duper important. And I wish we had more time on this. There's a whole lot of discussion that we kicked around in our planning session here about some of that sort of third-party support, third-party curator support that publicity and PR can really help lay fuel on as well. A lot of outlets have their own playlists. A lot of really strong playlists have outlets that, you'd rather get yourself on the playlist than necessarily get a real good article written on the blog or such. But just considerations you need to make, and we might need to run a whole nother seminar on exactly that sort of thing. There's a lot of discussion to be had around third-party playlisting that we kind of don't have a whole lot of time for here. We did have a question asked about that from the community. We did want to kick that one around too, because there's difficult answers to those questions, right? There's not a really good, easy way to say you should do this. There's really easy ways to spend a whole lot of money in that world, but not necessarily effectively. So, Michael, you had some great thoughts there that I might have to lean on you next time we get back on this webinar to talk about. But we are getting a little short on time. I just wanted to open the floor up to kind of close out here. We got to most of sort of the question topics. We talked through a lot of the topics here. Thank you very much for your time. If we can just kind of close up really quickly, each of you go around, quick 2 minutes, lay out something you've seen done digitally lately, whatever it is, any way it can be, around an artist, around a brand, around an athlete, something that's even outside of music, that's really blown you away, and really give just a quick 2-minute synopsis of it. Let people go out there and dig it up themselves to get more detail on it. Because that's kind of what I want to leave everybody with is you can listen to seminars like this 100 times a day, right? But you're out there in the space. You're seeing what people are doing. If you see something that engaged you, go track it down, find out what it was about, look for what the platform was, study up on it, see if you can save up the budget to do it yourself. It really is about you actively and genuinely engaging your fans with tools that engaged you, with tactics that engaged you. So talk a little bit about real quickly, and we'll kind of start the same way we did. Marnie, Michael, Corey, Andrew, real quick synopsis of like one thing you've seen lately that's blown you away. On the spot.
I'll mention there. Yeah, and there was a campaign that we did actually with one of our clients in May. I don't know what time it is, but it was towards the beginning of pandemic, Bill, and tour was canceled. Everything was being reorganized. So we had a partnership that we did with this artist, Please and Thank You. He's a DJ and electronic producer, PLS ampersand STY. And we did a partnership with one of my team members, Mary, partnered with a bike company called Soleil Bicycles. And we did, instead of just doing like a giveaway and that's it, we did like this kind of really cool 3-prong partnership with them, which would, kind of let the brand infuse into the artist and let the artist infuse into the brand, where we did do a giveaway of a bike. It was a branded Please and Thank You bike, which was really cool. Because his logo is really cool anyway. And then we did a live stream DJ set on their channels. That was just really cool because he put a lot into it. He built a really cool visual setup. It wasn't just like him in a, box. It was really, really cool, the light show and everything. And then we also had him do a curated mix for their Fix Tape series. And so Mary kind of put together this whole really cool approach that just onboarded a ton of new fans. And it was just, those kinds of things I just love doing because I love seeing the comments of people being like, oh, I love this bicycle, I love this brand, and this artist is awesome, or I love this artist and I love that brand. And you're like, oh, that was a good idea. Okay, cool. And you're always kind of pulling in different fans. And it's something that you can do even with smaller brands if you're a smaller artist too. I think that's really important to note.
Something you should constantly be thinking about is how can you borrow an existing audience, right? What resonates, that we call them high affinity creators, right? What resonates that there's sort of co-resonation, right? That you can really link into the low-hanging fruit of people that have already signed on for what you seem to be about. A good fit like that is hard to come by, but cool. Nice idea. Michael.
I'm going to go with something, I mean, since you said blown away by and like athlete, things like that, somebody that I've just been, I think over the past year, 18 months, 2 years, really, Travis Scott is somebody that I've just I think is just a phenomenal person and such a creative brain. I mean, I think it was either GQ or Esquire. There was a piece done on him recently that was just so fascinating because he's such a hard worker. He's such a hustler. He knows his brand. I mean, the McDonald's thing was incredible. The Fortnite concert that he did over the summer was unlike anything. But again, it came from a place where he was like in the space. Like he played the game all the time. And he told his team, like, what can we do? Like, I want to do something. And, his brands with Nike. I mean, he's just somebody that do as much research as you can on him because it's fascinating.
He gets it for sure. Yeah, and that's a huge part of it is know who you are too, right? Like you can put together a much more impactful campaign if you know what you are trying to put out there, if you know who you are trying to be out there. Genuine. Yeah, super cool. Corey.
Well, that's a hard lead, guys. I think for me, it's two things. During the pandemic, Jason Derulo taught me to dance through all of his wonderful TikTok moves that he's had. And there's just something about pretending to bounce a basketball tied with a very catchy 30-second clip of a song that got me addicted. And I really think that type of marketing is just insanely impactful, especially amongst a generation of people such as like myself that like have a 15 attention span before we're on to the next thing. I think that is also just true to who he is, and like as an artist, how he resonates with his fans. I really love that aspect of it, which is just like you just create content because you genuinely enjoy it, and then you tell people how much money you make from the content. And then as sort of a tangent to that really quickly, it has nothing to do with music, but Chloe Fineman, who is a comedian on SNL, has been doing celebrity impersonations. And they are amazing, but tags the celebrity into the impersonations and then asks them if they like them, which I think is an insanely wonderfully well-executed digital marketing campaign, because she's just blown up and has all of these people like commenting on these impressions. Like she was at like, I think 60K before the pandemic hit, and then it hit, and she's now up to like hundreds of thousands of people.
So be insanely talented. That's super important. Yes, that really helps build a marketing campaign.
I think that's important to all of these.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Andrew.
One of the greatest things that I've seen lately has to have been one of the DJs that I follow. His name's Nitty Gritty. And he actually decided to have fans submit random YouTube videos with sounds and stuff like that he could sample. And he created beats and songs out of them. And one of the ones that became extremely popular was him walking through the aisles at a Walgreens, just picking up random things at Walgreens, from a pill bottle to a plastic ukulele that they had there. And he took the samples and created a song from it that actually had Walgreens reach out to him and was like, hey, we're going to make this our in-store song nowadays. And they actually reached out to him in regards to it. And it kind of blew my mind that it was something that simple, but now he continues to do it on TikTok, to where he did something for Chick-fil-A, to random other ones where it was like just some guy was screaming on a video, and he took the scream and auto-tuned it in different volumes and made a song out of it too. So it's quite crazy, but the amount of attention he's gotten from it has gotten him picked up by numerous brands to do beats for them and audio for them as well. So it's wild that it's grown that much for him. But yeah, something as simple as that, like we had said earlier with the content, something you enjoy doing is definitely something that's going to blow you up, because again, you enjoy doing it. So it's not going to be something that feels like work to you.
Yeah. So be super duper creative. Super good notes, super good things to come out of this with everyone. I think we're going to have the opportunity to have questions in the comments at the end of this, and we'll try to direct those questions to the people that you asked them to and get back to you with answers through Symphonic, whether it's through our socials or through support. We'll try to get more answers. Thank you all very, very, very much for joining me here in Pandemicville. I like that. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna steal it from you, Marnie. Marnie from the Syndicate. We've got Michael from M Theory, Corey from Feature FM, and Andrew from right here at Symphonic. You guys can't thank you enough. Super good time. We will catch up again, and let's do this every week with regularity, so our fans know to expect it. Right?
Down.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Lately I've been feeling boxing. I'm always boxing, daily toxin. I sold my soul at an auction. Gave it up to God, this is no facade. Feel the beat while it's knocking. I got the whole city rocking. I got my whole bitch jocking. Cut the check, let the blood spill. Bless the souls that the thugs kill. Be my drug, my addiction, MDMA, yeah, I love how your drug feels. My homie knows how a slug feels, but he don't know how a hug feels. He ain't afraid to catch a body though. All we know is that love kills. Baby, I've been high all week. Baby, I've been high all week.
Welcome back to the virtual music industry sessions presented by Symphonic Distribution. This is the panel on cracking the code to success in the electronic dance and specialty platforms. I'm your moderator, Peter Wahelski. I'm Symphonic's former electronic genre specialist, now the director of client management here at Symphonic Distribution. A little bit about me: I've spent my entire career working specifically in the electronic music space, having spent time at labels such as Astorworks, Carl Craig's Planet E Communications, long defunct physical distributor, studio distribution, Beatport, and now here at Symphonic. Wanted to introduce our wonderful panel of speakers here today. Actually, I'll let each of you introduce yourselves. John?
Yep, my name's John Lloyd. I work for Juno Download, have done for the past 8 years now. I'm the marketing and promotions manager. So I deal with selecting releases to promote. I'm also a label manager, and I have been for about 5 years now. So yeah, I can help you with all your questions regarding Juno Download or to increase your sales there, or any label specific information as well I can help you with.
Cool. Vivian?
My name is Vivian Host. I'm a music writer, curator, and radio host. I currently live in Brooklyn, New York. In the past, I was the editor-in-chief of Accelerator magazine, as well as Thump, which was Vice's electronic music portal. I have also worked for many people in the electronic music space, including Red Bull Music Academy, Resident Advisor, Native Instruments, and the list goes on. So I'm kind of coming from more of an editorial and playlist curating background.
Travis.
Yeah, Travis Kirschbaum, US label manager for Beatport. I handle labels based in North and South America, Australia, and Japan. Before I was at Beatport, I had done 5 years of music supervision for Current TV. Also had a long running stint at Nemesis Music Distribution, Revolution Magazine. I've been at Beatport now 8.5 years, and I'm here to help ensure that your releases are, safely, put out in time amongst 25,000, 30,000 other releases weekly.
And Rita.
My name is Rita Nasser. I work at SiriusXM. I'm a program director and a host for BPM, which is our dance channel. And I curate our playlists, everything that happens on the air. We come up with exclusive content. We work with artists. And when the world is open, we travel to festivals. We broadcast from festivals. So, some of the festivals include Ultra Music Festival, EDC, Electric Zoo, etc. And yeah.
Cool. Thank you. So speaking of when the world is open, we're living through a very interesting time, not only in dance music history, but world history with the pandemic. And I wanted to get a sense of, from each of you, how the current state of things has changed the emphasis in your area of the business. Why don't we start with Vivian?
Well, I think on the publication side, I mean, the viability of dance and electronic music publications has been a topic for a long time. And I think it's been hard for them to sustain paying freelancers and just staying open. So on that side of things, on the kind of blog publication side of things, I've seen a lot more in-house writers writing, which is kind of good news in some ways, because it means that you can actually get in touch with the editors, and they're probably the ones that need more information to write the piece. But also not great news for the writers that you might be in touch with. I've seen a lot of publications going towards more flashback pieces. So going back and revisiting topics, whether that's, 90s jungle or, the greatest hits of trance from the 90s. There's a lot of 90s nostalgia going on right now, and a lot of kind of comfort pieces, and a lot of emphasis on diversity as well. I think the Black Lives Matter movement and some of the political things going on in the world have shed light on the fact that dance music press has been very whitewashed, and I think publications are looking for those stories that might not have been told. On the plus side, on the playlisting side, I mean, I think that things like Apple Music and Spotify and stuff like that are more popular than ever. Everyone's home, everyone needs stuff to listen to. I've seen the launch of a lot of new playlists. I've seen a lot of shuffling going on there, and trying new things. And I think, you know, there's a renewed emphasis too on playlists that are for mood and for working from home, chilling, that kind of stuff, rather than just the traditional thing that we think of, which is like, this is the deep house playlist and this is the minimal techno playlist. There's a lot more playlists being added that are vibe oriented, which presents new opportunities for artists.
Cool. Rita, on the radio side, you know, what sort of music trends are you seeing in listeners during the pandemic?
We've noticed a lot of listeners are resorting back to what they used to listen to, because the pandemic is really bringing them back to like a sad time, I guess. So, you know, if you think about it this way, so if a song came out last week and you really liked it, a year down the line, you listen to the song, automatically, subconsciously, you're going to think of the pandemic. You're going to think of like a sad time, of a time where, you know, things were very unsure and you just didn't know what was happening. And whereas like if I'm listening to a song from 3 years ago, I automatically think back to a time where I was happy. I was at a festival. I was enjoying my life. You know, we weren't in a pandemic. So I do feel like a lot of the audience isn't capturing new music the way that they used to, because again, subconsciously, it's making them kind of sad, which is so weird. And it's tough right now for us because we keep trying to bring new music, you know, towards the audience, and like, they're just not grasping it the way we expected them to. Meanwhile, in any other time, if we were to bring a specific song to this artist, I mean, to the audience, they would love it. But there's a lot of music that's just not working for us. And we're like, I just don't get why. And we've kind of come to the consensus that that's the reason. And I mean, I've talked to people who aren't even in the music industry, just some friends who are like, yeah, I have been listening to like 2000s playlists lately, and I don't know why. I'm like, I know why. And like, it's just kind of something that we figured out in the past few months that I'm like, wow, this is really what's happening. People don't realize it because it's just, again, subconscious, but yeah, we've definitely been seeing that trend as far as radio.
Is that something that you know, in your programming, you've been bringing back a lot of you know, recurrent titles? And
yeah, for sure. We've definitely been putting a lot of familiarity on the air. So what we do now is we'll surround a brand new song with like 2 older songs on each side. So, you know, when it's something that just came out a week ago, we'll make sure that everything around it is familiar. So, okay, yeah, the person's listening and they'll enjoy it and they'll hear this new song, okay, and then they'll go back to like, you know, an old Calvin Harris song or something, be like, oh, okay. And then that'll kind of get them familiarized with a lot of the new stuff that's coming out.
Interesting. And then, you know, on the flip side of that, where, you know, where new music is, you know, is still, you know, important, you know, John and Travis, you know, with the clubs largely closed and live streams being a platform of necessity for DJ performance, what trends have you guys seen? John, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, well, there's certainly a lot more people at home making music at the moment. I've been asked if by a couple of labels if they think they should delay some certain releases, especially during the start of, you know, the pandemic and lockdown, because obviously clubs weren't opening and people weren't consuming the music in the same way. But we noticed a bit of an increase, to be honest with you, because the people are, you know, sitting home making mixes, making their own tunes and things. So I've, you know, advised at those times, yeah, go ahead, do it. People are still buying music, even more so than they were in some cases. But it's up and down, you know. In some weeks it can be quieter than others, and yeah, I think we have to wait till see the full extent to see how, you know, the whole music industry lies at the end of it. But at the moment, people are definitely consuming a lot of music, and I'd encourage people to get producing, get making as much as you can, because people are dying to hear it, basically.
Travis, do you think DJs are taking more chances on more adventurous music rather than sort of your bog standard, club bangers, or what's your perspective?
Well, the banger's gonna bang, right? But it's like John said, I mean, and we had to sort of kind of reshift some focus quite quickly, and we're doing the live stream thing already, but once the lockdown hit, there was definitely an increase in programming for the live stream side of things. When labels asked me if they should delay their release, to a later date, I've always encouraged them not to. I think they should keep going, because people do want new music, and the music consumption is really high right now. And you're going to keep the revenue coming in and the artists getting paid, and I think that with some of the new services that we were able to get off the ground during the height of the pandemic, like Beatport Link, we saw a really large increase in new customer registrations, people that had never used the store ever that have subscribed to Link. About 85% were brand new customers. So I think, that, and just bringing awareness to the different options that are out there for artists with the live streams. It's tricky, but it's we have seen an increase, actually, surprisingly, like John said, which is great. I think people are just I think they want to stockpile the music. I mean, I don't know anybody, regardless, pandemic or not, that's just like, I want to stop listening to music for 6 months, or, I mean, it's kind of what keeps us going and happy in a sense, right? So it's like retail therapy, you kind of, and maybe now more than ever, it's just like, I know I'm consuming more music than I ever have.
I mean, the other thing that I wanted to mention is just how many different ways there are to receive the music at this point. And I think that's changed all of our industries. Bandcamp has obviously seen a huge explosion with the Bandcamp days. And also, like John said, people are making so much more music, and maybe not all of it do they want to do a proper release, or they're scrambling to get it out for a Bandcamp day so they can make more money, or, obviously there's been problems pressing vinyl as well. So that impacts what people can put out. So I think Bandcamp has been huge. Obviously the Twitch streams have been huge as well, and a way for artists to kind of get fans in a different way, whether that's producing on Twitch or doing live streams on Twitch. I've seen the launch of all these, or the explosion of all these new platforms, Current FM, this one called Audion, I think it's called, where it's something like Bandcamp where people can upload tracks, and people are doing Patreon. I think from a curatorial side, that's been really confusing, because there's so many places to find the music now. You're like, is it on their Bandcamp? Is it on their Spotify? Do they only put it on SoundCloud? Do I need, is it a Patreon drop or whatever? But I think artists are trying out a lot of different methods to make money and to get heard.
Well, and Vivian, I think you bring up a couple of interesting points. Something I was thinking about talking about later on in our chat, but since you brought it up, let's approach it now. I mean, with these emerging platforms and existing music platforms, that have been around for a bit, that have really seen a resurgence. You've certainly seen artists trying to strike a balance between these artist-friendly platforms like you said, Bandcamp and Patreon, and the more traditional download and streaming platforms in their overall strategy. How do I'll let everyone sort of touch on that. How do you guys feel that those things are factoring into people's overall strategies at the moment? and where things go from here. Vivian, do you want, since you brought it up, would you like to just sort of carry on and elaborate, and then we'll move on?
I think it's a confusing time for artists. I think Bandcamp, at least in my world of friends, a lot of people have made pretty good money off Bandcamp, and it's a way for them to just go direct with whatever release they have. I think sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes the quality can suffer. I mean, people don't always have the greatest graphics, or sometimes things can feel a bit rushed on Bandcamp, which they can be. But I think what's interesting is going to be to see how stuff like that fits into the whole ecosystem, because not every, from my angle, not every journalist is deep on Twitch or Bandcamp or wherever they need to be discovering these new artists and these new tracks. So there's still going to be a need to have your music on these traditional platforms, because people want to put it in their Spotify playlist. They want to be able to, like, if people are shopping on Beatport and that's their main place where they're finding tracks, if you're only releasing your stuff on this one service, and maybe that's part of the exclusivity and the fun of it, but and I think that's true for some people, but I think for most artists, they still want their music to be available to the widest amount of people possible. And sites like Beatport and Juno are also editorial focused. Like Juno will have the front page of each section where it's like highlighting releases, you're highlighting charts, etc. So I think that is something that artists are trying to manage right now. Some people have enough of a groundswell that they can just like self-release and it's fine, but I think there's still kind of a need to be on, Apple, Spotify, Beatport, whatever the main sites are, because like we're in the industry, so we know all of these things, and people who are DJs and artists themselves are checking on Bandcamp. But I think I would still say the large majority of consumers are not necessarily deep in those platforms,
Yeah, well, and then yeah, it's like you said, that there isn't really a curation side of Bandcamp. So if you're a new customer and maybe you don't have like a wealth of knowledge about whatever type of music that you're looking for, you can get lost pretty easily. You don't really know where to go, but it's an amazing platform, and there's extreme value in it for the independent artist, the independent label. It'll be curious to see where they go next with that curation side of things. But yeah, like you said, I think labels really do. I think they're, for the most part, if they're trying to get their music out there to as many people as possible, you kind of need to play the game, right? And you need to be with Apple Music, Spotify, all the stores. Yeah, I don't know, John, what do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say, from a label management side of things, I'd say, yeah, you want to spread you want your visibility to be at a maximum. So you want to be on all these stores. Certain people who use certain stores, they'll have their own preferences. But having your music on things like Spotify, it's not Spotify, sorry, SoundCloud and things like that. For example, I'm found a lot of my discovery from my label on SoundCloud. And I think it's important to sort of know your audience, I suppose, as to where they like to consume their music. Certain people will only buy on Bandcamp, for example. Some people, do their music discovery, as I say, on SoundCloud. So having, yourself on all those different platforms is imperative or important. But I'd say, yeah, talk to your audience, find out how they consume their music, how they like to find new music, and then maybe you can tailor a bit more towards that. So like, okay, well, these guys in this specific genre or specific style might all go to this particular platform. So let's check that out. Let's see what it's like. Let's see if we can build something on there. But yeah, I think during the lockdown as well, it's a good time to really network. Listen to other people's mixes, comment on them. Talk to people, try and build up a bit of a community of people, and then who your audience is, who's you backing, who you're really, you know, trying to impress, I suppose, with what you're making or what you're putting out. So yeah, I think that's a great thing to do right now when everyone's kind of locked indoors and, you know, scratching their heads wondering what to do.
Rita, what is sort of the relevance of some of the, you know, these, I guess, you know, alternative platforms, you know, on radio programming? Obviously, you know, lots of people are talking about, you know, TikTok and its popularity. You know, what is TikTok's relevance as far as you guys are concerned is in respect to electronic music?
So for electronic music, I think it's a bit different. Whereas I feel like pop music, it is leaning towards TikTok very often. But as far as electronic, I've been seeing a lot of like very, very old songs blowing up on TikTok recently. So like, well, you know, we'll see that trend, and I'm like, you know, like an example, 5 Hours Dioro is from a few years ago. That was a massive trend on TikTok for a bit. And we started playing it a bit more, but we've also learned that our audience is not really on TikTok. So like when we do make like little TikTok references and stuff, a lot of our audience is a little bit older, so they usually don't relate to that as much. So we have like played with it a little bit to try to figure out, okay, like where can this go? But we have learned that it's definitely big for pop. So if a dance artist is trying to lean over into the pop world, that's when TikTok becomes really, really helpful. But an example of what happened, so this DJ duo named Disco Lines, they made a like a remix of Love Story by Taylor Swift, and it blew up. It was everywhere. And I was trying to figure out, I was like, what can we do with this? Like, should we play it? Should we play the bootleg? Should we play the, you know, it was like on YouTube because it wasn't an official release. So we were like, should we play it? Should we do something with it? And then I did try to play it, but like our audience really had like no idea like what this was, why it was playing, where it was coming from. So then we did try to make like an imaging piece out of it to try to play with it to see, you know, some people can listen to it and like understand the reference, but some people would just think it's a regular imaging piece that just says like BPM. So we definitely do like play with it, just to try to figure out like what our audience really wants to hear. But I definitely feel like TikTok, if you are a dance artist who's trying to go into the pop world, that's when TikTok is the most helpful. Like an example would be like Topic Breaking Me. You know, that song started in dance, ended up in pop. And a lot of its success happened after it blew up on TikTok. And, you know, more than just the dance audience became familiar with it.
Cool. Yeah, again, it's a really good time for lots of people to experiment doing a lot of different things. So it's just interesting to see how people are approaching or reappropriating these platforms for their own use. So here's the big question of the day. Every artist, label, manager asks, how do I get a feature on this blog or playlist or radio channel or a banner on the homepage? What are the major marketing drivers that playlist curators, radio programmers, editors, and download retail are looking for when going through pitches? I'll let you guys take a deep breath now. Travis, do you want to start?
Sure. I think the excuse me, one of the most important things that you can give the label team and ultimately the curation team is lead time. If you got a big record that is obviously a priority for you, it's probably not the best idea to let us know that it came out yesterday. You'd be surprised.
I can second that. Yeah.
Hey, my record, it's my biggest record of the year, and it just came out. What can you do? It's like, man, that is a great record. Wish we would have known about it sooner, because there could have been some things we could have really done with this. So lead time, extremely important. 3 weeks ideally is to have it into our system, really, because I'm not even going to take it to the curation team until we have it. They don't want to hear pre-links for the most part. They're too focused on what they're featuring 3 weeks out, really, right? Exclusivity. it's it's a deciding factor, sure, but it's definitely not the only one. We've got hundreds and hundreds of labels releasing exclusively with us every single week, and the truth is we can't feature every single one, right? So
only so much real estate.
There's only so much real estate, but it's still an advantage for you. The labels get paid a higher price point. It has a better shot at getting featured. There are things that are going to benefit you to help you get featured, or things like pre-orders, accompanying it with a DJ chart, maybe a label playlist, and the feedback, right? Is there a story behind the record? Ultimately, the curation team doesn't want to see your hype sheet feedback report that's got downloaded for this person, it's got 200 DJ feedbacks on there, right? Maybe just highlight the kind of like the best top 3 selling points of the record, right? Was it premiered on BBC Radio 1 or BPM, Sirius, and maybe championed by 3 big DJs or artists. Just a couple of selling points. Really, that's all they want to see. So yeah, it's it's not rocket science, but just kind of getting everything over to the label team with enough time that we can then take it to the curation team and make our case on why we think that this record is more important to feature than the 25,000 other records that are coming out on Friday.
And just to clarify, when you say having a release in the system 3 weeks in advance, you're really saying that it really needs to be at Beatport already ingested, ready to go 3 weeks, rather than delivered to Symphonic or another distributor that far in advance of your release date.
Exactly. So probably best to get it to your distributor 5 weeks in advance, right? Or four, it's probably safe to say 4 weeks in advance, right?
Yeah.
And it's not always possible, things happen and things get rushed and days get changed, and but if the lines of communication are open and we're working and you're working with your distributor on that, then everything should be fine.
Rita, how are people how are you discovering new tracks? Sort of what's in some ways the best way to get music to the BPM programming team for consideration?
So
and I'm sorry, and what do you look for when making those decisions?
So I have a bit of an advantage because I'm also on the air, as well as a programmer. So when I'm on the air, people hear my voice and they're like, oh, like when the audience is listening, they think that the hosts are choosing the songs. You know what I mean? But I'm also the programmer, so I'm also choosing the songs. So people are able to reach me, whether it's Twitter, Instagram. My email is very easily accessible. So I get a lot of music sent to me, left and right, from random listeners, aspiring DJs, aspiring producers. And we literally have a folder where we listen to everything that is sent to us. I listen to literally everything. Once a week, I take out a full day and I listen to everything that I've received from that week. Usually I'm looking for one that I know could work with our listeners, but also something that's different. So it really depends. It really depends on the vibe. At the end of the day, I can tell what our audience will like, and I can tell when I hear something that's very different, then I'm like, okay, let's try this. Maybe our audience will like this. We've dibble dabbled a lot. We've tried to play with a lot of different sounds, some that haven't worked, because we have a research basis. So when we do start playing songs, we do research with our audience. So we've had a lot of times where songs didn't work that we thought were going to work, or songs that have worked that we thought were going to work. So a lot of times we'll hear something, we'll be like, oh wow, okay, let's try this. And then we'll take it from there. But yeah, a lot of times it's stuff that has been sent to us or submitted to us. Another way is we'll look on SoundCloud, we'll look on YouTube. If there's like a pop song, because we play a lot of pop remixes as well. If there's a pop song that I really, really like, and I'm like, ooh, I would love to play this on BPM. Maybe there's a remix. I'll look on SoundCloud. I'll look on YouTube, and then also like obviously like the way I was discovering music the most was attending concerts and festivals, and when I hear something played out loud, I'm like, oh my gosh, like this song would sound amazing on the air. So a few different ways that we definitely look for music.
Cool, thanks. Vivian, what are you looking for when people are trying to pitch for a story, or looking for playlisting, or things of that nature?
Well, I think they can kind of be a little bit different. I mean, from like the publication side, I think we're really looking for things that have actual authentic stories. So, I mean, once you are an editor, or like you've been freelancing for a long time, you can kind of see through the BS of the press sheet. And so you're actually looking for people that have a community, have some groundswell of interest, are doing something different, have a unique story. That said, I mean, having a good press sheet is important, because a lot of like smaller publications, the people who are writing will literally just regurgitate whatever your press sheet says. So like if you have a really good story on there and it's really tight, and like people are going to rewrite what your press sheet said sometimes. I'm talking about more like blogs and like news sites. So make sure it's compelling and it says what you want it to say. I think the big challenge is always just like visibility too. There's so many people releasing music in the dance electronic space. So how do you get it to the right person who's going to care about what you're doing? I think there's a couple different things. One is, like John said, like building a community and having a lot of people talking about you and like tweeting back and forth at you, like interacting with your music. I've seen a lot of DJs posting playlists now. That's kind of a newer phenomenon in the last year. So kind of trying to give support to the artists whose music they're playing. And I think that's going to continue with, and get more integrated into live streams and stuff like that. So making sure the DJs, if you're making club music, making sure maybe even you send personal emails to the DJs rather than like a form email that you send to everybody. Like send them out individually. It takes more time, but my friends have told me that they get a lot better response when they send an individual email to the DJs that they know. But like developing those relationships is very important, and placing yourself in a part of a community so journalists can see what is the article that they're writing about you, like where do you fit in this thing. And then the second tier of visibility and relationships would be things like having a digital distributor. So if anybody's tuned in that is like newer to this game,
hi.
Having a digital distributor can help you get the visibility on like an Apple Music, or help talk to Beatport, or talk to a Spotify, whoever's running such and such Spotify playlist, and help you get those features, and maybe has those connections that you may not have, especially as an upcoming artist. And will also maybe help you, if they're nice, figure out your release schedule and figure out when you need to submit these things in order to make those cutoffs. I mean, my friends who work in digital distribution will also tell the labels or the artists, hey, this music fits on this playlist. It does not fit on that playlist. I cannot pitch you to like Spotify Pollen because that playlist is about that and your music is like this, and like, listen to them. Like, I mean, you guys in digital distribution, like and you do this all day, every day. And I think that can be important, because from the artist side, you don't necessarily know, like, should I put my music for sale in dance? Should I put it for sale in house? Should I put it for sale in here? And all of those things can make an impact on how people find you. So the final thing I will say is like PR. I mean, this is like a very contested area. I don't necessarily think that you need to pay for PR. But however, it can sometimes place you in the line of sight of magazine editors and other people that might want to feature your stuff. And what it does is place you in a community of artists as well. So make sure that you're picking a PR person that has other artists that you like are interested in, and that person will have the connections to the sites that you want to be on. So like if you make techno, you might want to be on Tailored PR from Berlin because they have all the techno artists and they're obviously getting to the people who will feature them. You know, Biz3 at one point was, you know, had Fool's Gold, had Mad Decent, maybe they still do. If you're in that realm, that's putting you on a trusted, this person is trusted to have good stuff, and a magazine editor who's busy might just take your release because they're like, well, I know I like everything else that Biz3 has sent me. Let me listen to this. Like that, we're all inundated with so much music. Even getting somebody to just listen to what you're doing is like a huge step. Even if they don't cover that release, they're always seeing your name, and your name is always in their inbox, and like you're surrounded by other artists that they like, then that would be the key maybe to some coverage.
It's like what John said. I mean, it kind of goes back to knowing your audience, right? I mean, it's you want to pick a PR company that, you know, is probably going to get you, you know, in front of the eyeballs amongst the people that you kind of want to associate yourself with anyway, right? And hopefully a good PR company is going to tell you whether or not the record is something that they can actually, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on it as well, it's sort of a willingness to work, which, you know, following on from what we've all kind of said here is, you know, if, you know, again, if you're putting your stuff in front of people all the time, if you're always linking to, you know, for ourselves, if you're always linking to our store, if you're always, you know, tagging us, things like that, you know, we're going to be like, oh, wow, these people are really trying to build something. And we're going to be like, okay, well, the people start taking notice. So, you know, and even from a label manager side of things, I've had an artist where I'm wondering how he's getting all these things on, you know, featured and all these things. It's because he's doing his own legwork. He's writing to these companies. He's sending them mixes. He's sending them his tunes. He's saying, would you like to use this in your, you know, in any sort of editorial thing? You know, even writing his own press releases in some cases. But it does wonders. It makes a difference because it shows that you're professional, you're willing to work, you're ready to put in the, you know, didn't walk the extra mile, as it, you know, as they say. So, you know, people that do that will find your success sort of comes their way a lot quicker or a lot easier.
And also, and I think consistency has a lot to be said for it as well. You know, at least for us, because, you know, there may be a label that puts out 10 releases and has not kind of been on the radar of the curation team, or maybe it's like a bigger distributor, maybe the distributor is kind of not, you know, hasn't, they're still kind of figuring it out. And then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, on that like 11th or 12th release, it all kind of comes together and it's like, oh, wow, this label's been doing this. And you know, I'm really into that artist, and oh, wow, I got to go back and now check their catalog, check all these private releases. And sort of once you get on the curation team's radar, you're kind of always on it, right? So it's just, yeah, it's doing it the right way. But it's consistency, like the more frequently, you know, the bigger chance of you getting in front of the people who are going to help you get out there is. You know, maybe you're a label that doesn't want to consistently release records, and I get that too. But in that case, I think you just need to make more noise.
Yeah, make sure it's very polished what you're releasing, and you know, and you jump through all the hoops to make sure everything's covered, your artwork's amazing, your press releases are perfect, and people notice and be like, wow, this is an amazing piece of work, let's not ignore this, you know.
Yeah, in some ways you've got to sort of own your strategy, right? You know, if you're going to release sporadically, you know, then you know, own that and be on top of that, you know, rather than, you know, putting things out willy-nilly. and I guess from a distribution perspective, I just wanted to sort of wrap this little section up, by saying that while great music is important, for us as a distributor, we can only do so much, with and it's all about the story that you give us. So if you're not really giving us much of a story, there's only so much that we can go to someone like Travis or someone like John, or Spotify or Apple Music or Deezer or whomever, and really make your case. Obviously, great music is comes first, and that will help shine through. But if there's really not much of a story to talk about, there's only so much more that we can do as a as a distributor. We just help to enhance the story that we give you, or that the label gives us, or the management team, or or the artist. So just want to wrap that up. I guess one thing we kind of touched on here is the idea of managing expectations. What is realistic for for a label or an artist to expect when they're first starting out, or they're like you said, Travis, maybe they're 10 releases into their catalog, or what have you. Can they be expecting big press coverage, or to be in heavy rotation at BPM? What are the best ways for artists and managers and labels to manage expectations? Rita, looked like you had
Yeah.
a
I mean, I've definitely seen it a lot where, we'll support an artist and that song will do well, and the artist or the team would automatically expect that the next song will go into heavy rotation on BPM because their past one did really well, which sometimes isn't the case, and with BPM, at the end of the day, it's the music that matters, not the artist. So like that's why we're such big advocates of playing like people who released their first song ever, who have never had radio airplay, because we're like, at the end of the day, it's all about the music for us. So yeah, if one of their songs did really well for us, who knows if the next one will. We have to listen to it and kind of see like, okay, can this do well? Will it do well? Will it do well only because people are fans of this artist? So we've definitely seen that very often, and then they'll be like, but why can't you play this song because the last one did so well? We're like, this is a completely different song, and you have to think about that in those terms. And I do understand where they're coming from, but sometimes it's really hard to explain that to people, to say, like, hey, sorry, like you can't do this every single time. Like I've had artists who, okay, yeah, they'll have a bunch of songs, and then they'll put out a song while we have one of their songs in rotation, and then they'll be like, but the other one is doing so well, why don't you also play this one? And then we have to go into the whole process of explaining how like rotations work, and like as far as BPM, like we have like every week we have 32 new songs in rotation, which is a very small amount. That's also playing within, our golds and our recurrent categories, which is like our older stuff. So it's really hard to schedule out if like, I have just an example, if I have a Martin Garrix song playing and then another Martin Garrix song comes out 2 weeks later, but that first Martin Garrix song is doing incredible. And then the next one, I'm like, okay, we have to give it a second before we play the next one. So we've run into both issues where it's like the expectations of being like, okay, we always do well, why don't you play us? And then also like, wait, we have a new song out while this other one's out, why don't you play both of them? And I'm like, so.
Like, do you want
doesn't really work that way.
Do you want people to hum this record in their sleep or not?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
In their brain, and then we'll work the next one. But we need,
like get sick of the first one first.
Yeah. Vivian, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think similarly, like people just have really inflated expectations. I think you don't really know who's watching what at any time. So you need to keep that in mind. Like from a journalist perspective, it's like there are a lot of people that I'm following and I'm watching what they do, and I might not have an opportunity to cover them now, but I'm interested in what they're putting out, who they're talking to, what's on their social media. I think we didn't really talk about that, but that is increasingly a big part of your PR, if you will, or your artist's story. And I am definitely not encouraging anyone to manufacture a whole story for themselves on Instagram or whatever, because I feel like the things that are authentic and real to you do the best. But, you know, increasingly like that Twitter and Instagram and that kind of stuff is part of your story. So I think just know that even if you're not being covered right now, like Travis said, it's like maybe your releases are building on each other and you'll get to that one release that will have traction or that will touch enough different people that it will create its own groundswell. But like you want to have everything in order so that people can also find your other music. So let's say this song gets big, they can find, you know, your 10 other songs, because that's how people consume their favorite artists. It's like they learn of you through this one thing and then they go looking for everything else you did. Well, you want them to be able to find that. Like if having your music on a Spotify playlist is important to you, I mean somebody's personal playlist, then like make sure your track is there for somebody to put on their playlist, for instance, you know, or to share with their friends. So yeah, I mean, I just think it's like a building block process, and all of these different things we're talking about are also part of the blocks, and you can see if they really work for you or not, like hiring PR or like working more closely with your distributor or making your artwork better. I mean, I think the whole aesthetic of your label and your project goes a long way to telling the story of who you are. You know, if you have a compilation, reach out to a bunch of different sites and see if they'll all premiere a different track. Again, that exclusivity. Don't offer every journalist the same track for premiere. Like, make sure you're spreading it out and you're offering people different exclusive things. Yeah. I don't know if I'm answering the question, but there's some other thoughts I have.
I mean, John, would you say, you know, in many ways, you know, slow and steady wins the race? You know, I mean, obviously we work in a, you know, in a genre that, you know, just has so much churn. It's, you know, and it's like, you know, one release, you know, artists are releasing, you know, a release every other week or what have you.
I mean, for electronic music,
what do you think the right balance is?
Electronic dance music, I think, if you're a brand new producer, it can be really difficult to sort of make a splash. I'd say getting a good label behind you is imperative, really. It's one of the most important things, I suppose, because, you know, you want people that have got the same mindset as you, that have got the same goals as you, that are going to, you know, that believe in your music and are going to push it for you as hard as they can. I mean, I think that's, you know, for someone just a new producer, like where do I go from here? I'd say, you know, really research what label you want to put your music out on, reach out to them. Again, you know, community is such an important thing there. If you reach out to, you know, similar DJs and artists that are on that label, build up a friendship with them, you know, and from that you can go on to do great things. But it can be difficult, and you know, you could be putting out music and trying to put it in everyone's faces, and it's just not getting everywhere. But I just say, it is slow and steady in that way. Just
I also just
perfect your craft, you know. Go on, sorry.
Wanted to add, and I think we could probably all agree on this, is like, don't annoy people, because we're talking a lot about relationships and community, and you're gonna see the same faces recurring because people work in the music industry for a long time. So you want to be a person that people look forward to talking to. Like, don't make yourself a person that people are like, oh God, this person's manager is hitting me up again about this track. Like, listen to people when they tell you the reason why that track is not getting playlisted, or, you know, even ask them if you're not sure, but don't be like surly about it, and don't be annoying, because this is a relationships business. You want people to think of you positively as an artist or as a label manager or as an artist manager. And that is only going to help you, you know, push forth in your career or whatever you're doing. So I think it needs to be said, because we all have these people where we're like, oh, I'm dodging this person's like call or email because I can't deal with them anymore. And you don't want to be that person.
Yeah, you want someone who you want to work with. Otherwise, you know, even if you like the music, you might be like, you know, well, I just don't want to deal with this So yeah, you know, you want to be that approachable person who's like, yeah, not overly not overly bothersome, but you know, just easygoing. And yeah, I've got this for you again. What do you think? Oh yeah, okay, what a guy. Let's do something. You know.
Travis, managing expectations. Thoughts?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, from the label side, you know, understand that, like, you know, we might not be able to feature every single release that you do, right? And if we have featured your last 5 and your 6th release doesn't get featured on the homepage or in the genre pages for whatever reason, you know that life is going to go on. And, you know, we can try again next time. You know, I mean, the truth is there is just a ton of music coming out every week, and great music, you know, and if we had more space to feature it, we would, but, you know, we also have to spread the love around, right? And
I mean, Travis, would you say that, you know, in that way, it behooves, you know, a label or a self-releasing imprint to kind of, you know, prioritize their releases? Obviously, you know, if they're putting it out, they love it. It's, you know, they stand behind it. But again, it's about having expectations that you. This is the most important release that I'm putting out this quarter. You know, so that's the one that I really want. You know, that I really want the, you know, homepage feature or the genre page feature, or I'm putting together all these assets and I want all these things.
Yeah, I mean, and again, though, just because you want it doesn't mean you're gonna get it, right? And
sure,
it's, you know, sometimes, you know, labels and artists get really complacent because they know that, like, you know, they've been on a roll and a lot of their stuff is getting featured time and time again. But that, you know, and sometimes they get really upset if, you know, that one release doesn't, because they're like, oh, this was my biggest record of the year. But every record is your biggest record of the year. You've said that literally for 8 years, and they're all great, and you should take your music very seriously. But you also got to understand, it's not our job to sell your record. It's your job to sell your record, and you need to have a story and get that hype going. You know, we're just a platform that can make it visible. I mean, I've seen records that we've given banners to in multiple genre, you know, pages that don't move the needle at all. Yeah. So, you know, it's just because you get a feature on Beatport does not mean that you're going to sell records, right? If you get a banner on Beatport, it's going to look better for you, and it's going to look better for your artist manager. And at a time when the clubs were open, it would ultimately probably help you get more in booking fees when your record is in the top 10. But again, that can't be our concern, right? You need to have a strong record. A good record is a good record. Right. And if it is good and it's got a buzz and you're getting into the right hands, you know, the other thing that's important is kind of, it derives a little bit from the main question, but, you know, if your record is really important to you and you've got reach to friends who are artists and whatnot, you know, have them included in the charts, in their DJ charts, because, you know, the DJ charts make up a pretty high percentage of the annual revenue. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I'm curious for you, John, but, you know, on Beatport, it's like 10% of the annual revenue is made up by the charts. And I'm talking DJ charts, right? So if you see your favorite, you know, if 6 of your favorite DJs are charting that one record, it's probably a pretty hot record. And so you have a good chance of moving the needle on that record. But back to the expectation thing, I'll just say, because I don't want to move on from this question, is, you know, leave it to the hands of the curation team, right? If you have a record that's coming out and you, in your heart of hearts, believe that this is a house tune through and through, but it's not, and the curation feels that it's going to be better represented in a different genre, perhaps it's dance, or maybe it's, you know, a tech house record that they think is going to be better in raw techno, let them do their thing with it, because they're going to know where that record is going to be place the best and get the most attention, and you know, and life will go on if that record is not in the genre that you may feel so strongly about having it in, right? It's gonna all be done for the greater good of the song.
Can I also just say one quick thing is, like, we're talking a lot about being single-minded, and that's something I see a lot of artist managers and artists get into, where all of a sudden, you know, 2019, if you weren't on a Spotify top playlist, like if you weren't on Rap Caviar, whatever you wanted to be on, then, you know, your life was over. And it's like, be willing to shift your goals around. Your track you could take it to licensing, and then it could appear in a TV show, and then it could blow up a year later, and you'll get all those streams and you'll get on that playlist eventually. Like, be willing to see the wide world of where your music could go. Like, maybe it's not on, you know, the Beatport carousel, but then you send it out to all these DJs and it gets a little groundswell there, and then all of a sudden everybody's playing it, and then it ends up being on the top 10, you know, 6 months later. It's like, I think people get really narrow-minded about time and their platform that they think is important, but great songs. I mean, if you look at the Afrobeat song, Joanna, he has like basically milked that song for like, I don't know, 2.5, 3 years, and keeps doing stuff with it all over the world. And that's a big, more pop example, but you know, this was like an Afrobeat song that had a very niche audience, and then he just took it all around. So be willing to think about these other opportunities that your music could have. Like, maybe it doesn't work for here, but maybe it works great for TV, video games, you know, like all the Twitch DJs like it. I don't know. There's bigger, what are your goals? Like, your goals can't only be to make this a famous song. Like, you want it to have some life somewhere in this ecosystem, which is very wide.
I also did want to just, before we end off this topic, I did want to say just one thing. If a song is meant to be a hit, it will be a hit. There's no like formula. Like I made this playlist, I made it on this chart, I made it on this radio station. Even if a song will make it on all those things, who knows if it'll resonate with an audience? Who knows if people will like it? So like, you know, you can't force it. You literally can't force it. If there was a formula, every artist would be the biggest artist in the world, but obviously that's not the case. And I think that's important to remember. And I think a lot of artists, when they have a song, they think that this song is the best song ever. That's just how it's always going to be. The artist will hear the song and they'll be like, this is my best song. It's going to be a hit. And like, you know, it's hard to say, but sometimes it's not a hit. And if it's meant to be a hit, it will be a hit. It'll find its way no matter what. And I've seen this happen many, many times.
And sometimes it takes a lot of time to get
and
there.
Exactly. And sometimes a great example is Loud Luxury Body. It came out and then a year later, you heard it everywhere. You know, it takes some time. You can't just give up, you know?
Well, we are rolling up on time, and I know when we met before the panel, you know, we said we could sit here and talk for about 3 hours, and maybe someday we'll get a chance to do that. Yeah, but we only have an hour today, so it's just sort of in closing, very quickly, we'll just want to go around the panel and find out what words of advice and encouragement you guys would give artists or label runners, at this stage in time.
You know, do it because you love it, you know, and take your time with it. There's no need to rush, you know, and just I think try to be as, you know, authentic as you can, and just keep putting music out. Just keep putting great music out, and it will get heard.
Yeah, I'll second that from Travis. Do it for the love. We're all in this business, not for the money. I don't get paid great. I don't know if anyone else does, but yeah, do it for the love. We work with music because we love it, and it's passionate and exciting and creative, and like let that be your driving force. You know. I
think authenticity is definitely really important, and I know that there's going to be a lot of setbacks. I've seen artists at their absolute worst, struggling to move forward. And, you know, if it's truly what you love to do, just keep doing it. You know, your passion will shine through. Anytime something bad happens or negative happens or something doesn't go your way, just, you know, show that love for it, take that love and passion for it, and move forward and find a way to not make those same mistakes that you have before, and learn from, you know, what didn't work out in the past. If you truly, truly have a love for it, you know, you'll find a way to make it big. You'll find a way to engage with your audience. You'll find a way to get out there. And anytime you feel like, okay, this isn't doing something, it's a step in the right direction. It's teaching you, it's showing you what's right and what's wrong. And it's going to turn you into the artist that, you know, you're meant to be.
My feeling is don't worry so much about getting a manager before you're ready to have one. I mean, you should get a manager when you are so busy that you can't possibly handle all the requests coming in and all the stuff going on by yourself. Learn about the business, which is boring, but will help you ultimately. Even if you have a manager, you still have to manage them, and you still have to determine where you want your career to go and what your music is saying. Like everyone else said, don't get discouraged. I mean, concentrate on making your music and your product, like, and your everything, like the best that it can be and true to yourself. And I would say be thankful for the coverage that you do get, because it's so hard for anybody to be listened to in this, you know, there's millions of releases, there's millions of things going on. If you are being covered on any one of these sites that we were talking about, or you are getting retweets from your favorite DJs, or you are getting played by DJs that you love, like, know that that's a big deal. It might seem small, you might have big goals, but like, you be appreciative of that, because that's even hard to get to that point. So
be humble.
Cool. Well, you know, thank you to all of our panelists today, and thank you all for watching. Onwards and upwards.
thank you so much. Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
My music is a product of exploration. It's finding little sparks of ideas as you make your way around an unknown landscape. Finding two roads and choosing one and not really knowing what's down that path. I found that making music with electronics, I'm able to express feelings that I wouldn't be able to with my own voice or with a traditional instrument. I feel like my music is exploring the possibilities of human creativity. When I was younger, I was exposed to vinyl records, classic Motown, and all the best music of the 60s and 70s. I found a home in that expression. So ever since I understood that music was something that you could make yourself, I wanted to try and see what I could do with it. So I sort of built this fortress of electronics and instruments. It just kind of helps me express myself in the way that I know how. For me, the music is almost more about the sonics than it is about where the sound came from. I try to keep an odd set of instruments available to me. Some retro-style devices that might have been lost in a bargain bin somewhere in a thrift shop, all the way to some of the most inspiring instruments ever created by other enthusiasts of electronics and sound in general. I would hope that anyone that would hear the sounds that I make would come out of that experience sort of questioning their own knowledge about what is possible with sound, and hopefully they feel the way that I felt when I was making it. The feeling one gets when walking through an art gallery and seeing a piece of art. There's certain pieces you can walk away from and they sort of stay with you, or questions that it posed that maybe it didn't answer. I love not answering questions. I feel like you give the audience a chance to make their own story. And I think that's the most important part.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse Breda. I live in Austin, Texas, and I am the founder of Gravitas Recordings and Gravitas Curate. I also run a digital web agency called Lionshare Digital, and I'm a co-founder in Pivotal Agency. I'm the former manager of Closey and Beats Antique, and I currently manage Desert Dwellers. I've been working with Symphonic since 2011, and they've been a fantastic partner for us on the record label side. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the virtual music industry sessions and all the panels. I'm gonna be having a panel where I talk with a group, Nick Gordon and a group of artists, about working with and selecting a distribution partner. And I hope you get some value out of that. A couple other things I wanted to talk about were just, what does it take to be an independent artist? And having worked as a record label since 2011 and managed artists, I can tell you that some of the things that I've seen that have made successful independent artists is treating it like a job, treating it like a business, showing up every day in the morning with a plan, some sort of strategy of what you want to get done, setting SMART goals, which means actionable, qualitative, goals where you say, by 3 months, I'll write 3 songs or something like that. Setting a time, a place, what does that look like? And then you can work backwards from that and really make those things happen. Another thing that I always tell people is to network. And when you do that, ask people how you can help them. And even better than that, because that can sometimes they probably don't know that, is think of a way that you can help them and make that suggestion and come to them with that. That goes a long way. Instead of asking people to do something for you, lead with how you can help other people. What keeps me motivated would be really honestly learning new things and trying my hands at whatever comes about, staying up with the latest trends, seeing what other people are doing, studying that, reverse engineering it, and then doing it in my own version of that. I think that's a really powerful way to stay engaged. I don't say I have ADHD or ADD, but I love trying new things and being, kind of learning a little bit about everything really keeps me inspired and motivated. When it comes to marketing, when it comes to branding, when it comes to all sorts of different things, that skills that you might need to be an independent artist. There's so much that you have to take on and do yourself for so long. It really benefits you to try a little bit of everything and learn what you can. What else? What would I say to my younger self about the music industry is that you're gonna have some really hard times, that there's gonna be days where you're gonna wanna quit. And there's going to be days where you're going to doubt yourself and what is it all for? And I can tell you this first and foremost, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Like, nobody else is going to do it until you do it. And it really is quite the journey to look back and go, I can do this. And it's showing up, like I just said, showing up day by day and taking it on and doing the work and figuring it out. And, I heard this really funny saying, how do you eat an elephant? Which I thought was ridiculous, but the guy said, bite by bite. And that's a good thing, is like making it in the music industry, having success in the music industry is quite difficult. But if you break it down and kind of learn it one by one, day by day, fan by fan, it can be extremely rewarding and fun. And you'll get to meet all sorts of crazy people and do all sorts of crazy stuff and really write the story of your life. The other thing that keeps me motivated is that the arts, creativity, music is necessary. It's beautiful. It's so key to our society. And look, during this pandemic, where did we all go? What have we all done? We've dived into more books, movies, music, and during this hard time, people turn to that. And you all are that next generation of artists that will inspire people and bring people beauty and love through your music. So do it. Don't be scared. Go all in. I believe in you. Believe in yourself. Got this. Thank you, Symphonic. Bye-bye.
thank you everybody for joining us today in our Latin and Mainstream Effective Release Strategies in Latin America panel. We're really excited to have everybody today. We have a stellar cast here of different key players, in the industry that help essentially in terms of building all these different campaigns, that can be developed in Latin America. I am Janet Berrios. I'm the head of corporate marketing for Symphonic Distribution. Been here for about 7 years, and basically, I focus on hosting events like these, virtual music industry sessions. Also, we do this event, live, typically in different cities. It's obviously an honor to have the panelists here today, and then all the viewers that are also seeing us. As we know, the Latin American music consumer tends to be a more passionate and engaged listener than most consumers in the world. So today we're going to be talking about best practices, how you can increase your reach of your releases in this emerging territory, and with some of the leading curators and also marketers in the game. So just a few facts too for those of you viewing us today. The Latin American music is growing faster overall in the US market and has outpaced the overall US music market in general. In addition to that, a lot of these, there's about, at least in one of the main platforms, there's about 40 million active listeners that are listening specifically to either Latin content or Latin consumers themselves. So to kick off the, our panel today, I'm going to let our panelists do a little bit of an intro. Just in a few quick words, just say, like your name, title, and what do you do in the industry? So I'll kick it off with Andrea.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. Well, my name is Andrea Barbosa. I'm in charge of label relations for YouTube Music, focused on LATAM, but mainly working for Mexico and Colombia.
Marcos.
Hello, pleasure to be here. My name is Marcos Juarez, based out of Oakland, California. I'm the head of Latin music at Pandora. Been doing that for 8 years and basically ensuring that the Latin music on our platform is representative and has a wide breadth. And yeah, I guess we'll get into that more. Thank you.
Thanks. Adele?
I'm Adele Hatem, and I run a company called D Music Marketing, and we focus on marketing non-Latin artists essentially into Latin America. So we work very close with all the countries from Mexico to Brazil. And occasionally we do work some more of the indie Latin music in Latin America.
Nice. And then last but not least, Victor.
Hi, everybody. My name is Victor Roque Jr. I work for SBS for our digital division, content division, La Música app. And just as Marco said, we're looking to represent our music everywhere and make sure that we support all these artists that are looking for platforms to work with. So, un placer.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So first question is going to be for Adele. We can start a little bit talking about digital strategy in general as folks are trying to enter the market. So what would you say are some of the, just kind of key platforms, and we can include whether it's like new technology or DSPs that you feel are key in terms of entering, the market?
Well, in Latin America, everybody loves YouTube. I mean, not because Andrea's here, but it's definitely the one platform where people still consume the music the most. And then of course we've got Spotify, I think would be like in second place. There's Deezer that is growing very fast and is doing really, really great marketing strategies. Apple Music for sure is definitely growing, and we've seen an upscale in their performance, at least with the music that we work. We have Claro Música, which is a very local, across the region music store owned by a telco. We also work with Amazon Music, but then on the social level, people are very much engaged on their social media platforms. So definitely TikTok is taking the lead. A lot of people, obviously are on Instagram, and Facebook is still very, very important in the market. And one platform that just launched that is looking like it's going to be pretty big is ByteDance's Resso, which is a new music platform. And at the moment, it's only available in Brazil. But it's only been a month, I think, old. And so far, the early signs looks like it's going to be a very important platform to be a part of.
Okay. What would you say, like, in terms of, guys, I know you mentioned several DSPs in there, like the Spotify's, the Amazon. Do you consider that it's important to have, relationships in those specific territories? Or do you feel that perhaps, because the US, when you look at a platform specifically in the US, let's say if you're located in the US, you're going to see certain playlists or stations that are programmed for that region. So is it important, are still those Latin playlists, important from a US perspective? Or do you think that it's important to have those relationships, those like curated, curators that are more regional?
I definitely think understanding locally what's happening and having those relationships is key. Because the way that we approach, say, Chile, it's very different than the way we would approach Brazil or Mexico. And understanding also what's happening locally, socially, economically, and understanding how to speak to each and every one of those platforms is crucial. Obviously, the music that we work, some of it's pop, but a lot of it's indie, so we understand our limitations. And coming very humbly as international coming in is the key. Understanding that Latin music is definitely bigger, and we would never try to overstep or disrespect the culture locally. But I do believe that you can globalize as much as possible, but nothing's going to be more important than understanding and having those relationships locally, because there's actual people in each market doing a job. And if you can talk to them directly and have a relationship directly and the artist is interested in developing that relationship directly, I think that makes a big difference.
And I can see that. And I know you mentioned, one of the key players being YouTube. And then, like, I'd love to hear from you, Adele, first, and then we can kind of jump a little bit with Andrea. Video consumption is huge in YouTube. I've seen that there's even like some of the top videos that I'm sure Andrea can allude to more stats, but some of the top videos that have reached 1 billion views are of Latin content. Obviously it's one of there's a really rabid fan base that actually consumes content there. Tips, recommendations, like how should somebody navigate, YouTube if they're trying to, focus to a LATAM audience?
Obviously, I mean, it's a fascinating game. I mean, Andrea can definitely elaborate way more than we can. But obviously, it depends on the quality of the content. It depends on how much content. You've got your lyric video, and then you have your official video, and then you have the non-official music videos that you want fans to generate when the artist allows them to use the music, which I think are part of a successful campaign within the platform. I do think we have a lot of very interesting channels where local kids do lyric translations of the videos, and they make their own videos, and they have a lot of followers. So I mean, identifying those fans that attract to music is a fun way of inexpensively doing something cool, where you're not necessarily gonna have that audience already, but you're going to find new audiences. So there's many different ways. I mean, I know that you can invest on advertising, you can invest on views, but organically speaking, there's very creative ways of approaching it and reaching a goal depending on what success means to you or your artist, which is not the same for everyone across the board. But as it's really funny because I was having a conversation with a partner, and we were talking about secondary cities or, smaller cities across the region, where they were saying, do people know what Spotify is? And a lot of people don't know what Spotify or Apple is, but everybody knows what YouTube is.
Yep.
And that's something we can't take for granted.
Interesting. So now I think that's like a great segue here to Andrea. So yeah, tell us a little bit in terms of you know, habits and just best practices in terms of you know, independent artists, record labels trying to enter the market and trends there.
Absolutely. I think Adele hit the spot, you know, really what we always recommend, and it's something that even if we don't recommend, the artists are doing already, is just finding new ways that the audience can engage with the song. You know, maybe they like a song because they saw the lyric video and they like to sing along. They saw the choreography and, you know, they like to do the dances or challenges that have been around in other platforms, of course. Some people might like the official video. So it's basically finding different ways that the audience can engage with one same song. That basically it's not cannibalizing one video to the other. I mean, really what we're trying to do is just like expand the experience, you know, for the public, you know, that they can actually relate to the song in different ways. And that's something that we definitely include in terms of talking strategy with the artists, and that they're doing already. There's, if you see like the artists that, for example, our global head of music, Lear Cohen, always says that the Latin artists are the PhDs of YouTube, you know, because that's exactly what they're doing. You know, they're giving the audience different ways of engaging with the song, you know, and basically just being in that consistency, you know, being updating their YouTube channel and just not letting the song hit any spikes, you know, but basically keeping it, you know, that same pace for as long as they can.
Very interesting. What types of tools are available, you know, like within platform that artists can be using in order to, you know, like just increase their reach, you know, be a little bit more active? Now that you were talking about, you know, like beyond obviously like as artists, you know, maintaining kind of like presence in the platform, what are some of the top tools there?
I mean, I think the one that we should focus more is basically the YouTube analytics. And now that we have analytics specifically for artists, I think that's one of the tools that we're most proud of, because now the artists can get a very assertive picture of how they're doing. And I think the analytics is telling you exactly how the audience is behaving, you know, around your music and how they're behaving around discovering you, around you know, the live stream you did last week or something like that. And whilst the artist is looking at their analytics and seeing what's actually working, what's not, you know, what exactly is bringing the audience to this content, and that's going to be like this revolving door, you know, like how can we bring more of this audience? How can we keep them? And most importantly, to be loyal to these people, because after all, this is something for them, you know. So how can we keep on giving and bringing them to our content? So that's one of the things I think we should really focus. And of course, we have, you know, the YouTube Creator Academy. There's a lot of content there in terms of tools for monetization, production for live streams, how-tos, do's and don'ts, all of that. That's always for the artist's reach and how they can work better their channel.
And how, you know, how can an artist that obviously has the intention of promoting themselves, you know, in LATAM, you know, how can they maximize that ability? You know, is there a possibility beyond ads? Because obviously there's always, you know, Google ads, but what recommendations would you give that audience, you know, that's trying to promote, you know, within those regions?
You know, I think there's always the part of YouTube and then outside of YouTube. You know, there's definitely the promotion outside the tool, but what we're trying to do in YouTube is definitely show that they can reach globally. You know, and this is basically what happened with the whole Latin phenomenon, but actually non-phenomenon, because what happened was the music was so powerful that the artists themselves actually just used the platform because of its global reach. You know, so they realize, oh, I don't have to be this local artist. I don't have to be just on the local radio. I can definitely go big in one way, you know, through YouTube and whatnot, and just be reaching out people with my great music. So I think that's that part. And then there's the other part where you're actually doing things, you know, outside, you know, the marketing and everything. One of my colleagues actually always says, you know, like content is king, but marketing is queen. So that one doesn't go without the other. So I think there's a lot of things that we're seeing right now in terms of Latin artists, trying to make it big in YouTube just by being there, being consistent, and reaching out to their fans, which is one of the things that YouTube tries to do. Keeping that conversation active between audience and artists, which is, I think, one thing that we're doing very well. And then there's the other part where they're actually like connecting, through the different companies, such as like Adele's company, The Music. I think that that kind of partnerships is always a good bet. It's something that always works for the artists. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. So a little bit of everything, but it's great information, overall. So jumping now to Marcos, in terms of, obviously we've been talking a lot about, tools, also, platforms for, discovering music, as obviously the head of Latin programming in Pandora. We've recently seen that there's been a lot of new genres that the platform has launched, different stations that you guys have launched. So I would love to hear a little bit about that. And obviously Pandora is mainly focused in the US and in Puerto Rico. But obviously there's this new influx of different, genres that are being launched. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that and how, how it's going, audiences and so on.
Sure. Well, I think, we've always had a really diverse offering, and that's definitely always been my first priority, is to be representative. But I think as times change, you have to repackage things. You have to approach content from a different perspective. You have to look at the moment. And definitely a lot of that is informed by new and emerging sounds and new scenes and new movements within music. But you just, shit gets tired after a while. Like, the same like packaging of something, people get tired of it. And so this year we began launching a series of stations that focus on Afro-Latinos and the African diaspora in the Americas. And this came on the heels of what happened in Minneapolis, the murder of George Floyd, and wanting to really allow for Latin music to have a voice in sort of a global movement for Black Lives Matter and recognition of Black identity. And so, in this case, it became clear so often we stand on the sidelines of these conversations in the US as Latinos. And I felt like, given the platform that I had at Pandora, it was important to make a statement that Latin music is African music. And so within that, and you and Greg and AJ have been super helpful in digging into the Symphonic vault and helping bring to light some artists that are part of that diaspora. So we began launching Afro Colombia, and the intention there, like, obviously we have places on the platform where you can listen to champeta, and you can listen to salsa colombiana, you can listen to cumbia, vallenato, and all this different types of music. But there was nowhere where it was all put together to express a narrative around this music. And that was really what I wanted to do with this, was talk about the roots of this music, but then also expose a lot of these new artists, in the case of Colombia, that are coming out of Barranquilla and Cartagena and El Pacifico. So to me, that's really exciting, and that's one example. Those Afro-Latin stations so far have included Colombia, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. And the idea is to put classic, iconic, like canonic Latin repertoire next to new experimental artists who are pushing boundaries to really express that Afro-Latin music is not static, it's not monocultural, it's dynamic, it's alive, and it influences and has influenced like the majority of Latin music that we all know today. So I think that's a good example of sort of approaching something again with through the lens of timing and through the lens of a specific event, in an effort to make a statement and to provide a listening experience that people will be into. And then we have other, we launched a station last year called El Detour, and we were talking offline earlier about indie music and the penetration of indie artists, like truly indie artists into the US market, which can be really difficult, especially if you don't have budget to tour in the US, or if you don't have that promotion apparatus available to you in the US, it's really difficult to get any exposure. But that said, we know that there's an audience for different styles and sounds coming out of Latin America and the US that aren't just like the same 4 genres that Latin listeners are beat over the head with in the mainstream. And so that was the idea with El Detour, was to market this listening experience as being the marginalized voices of Latin music, from indie rock to experimental to fusion to singer-songwriter to whatever. So I think that's another example of taking the platform and really trying to push music, because ultimately, and I think we've all seen this in our own respective corners of this business, is the new music that ends up driving innovation and ends up driving audience eventually. So I think that the more in tune you are with new music and you push it and you become known as a place where people can find it, the better off you are. And I mean, obviously YouTube is like the king of that, to plug YouTube again. But let's be honest, like for those Afro-Latin stations, I was on YouTube. Like, how am I going to know what's cracking in the Pacific coast of Colombia if I'm not like looking at the videos that they're making? So, it's real. You gotta go where the music is, and then, take it out from there.
Nice. Or call Symphonic, to tell you.
That's right. Or holler at Symphonic and they will school you on some music.
No. That's awesome. That's great. And I love that that now we live in a time that, we are creating these like spaces, for these different types of niche of music. Because it adds so much richness and diversity, so it's great. In terms of, have you found, what would be like on your end, like one of the best tips, like in terms of Pandora and discovery, for let's say non-Latin music to be discovered in those territories? Like how would that look, and how is that creation, or what would you be like your recommendations be?
So talking about reverse for non-Latin music to be discovered in Latin America.
Latin, yeah. Throughout.
So US-based artists in.
Yeah. And it potentially, because like I know that some of our viewers, could be potentially, perhaps they have these Latin roots, US-based, but trying to then, find the right space.
Well, I think Adele touched on this. Like there's people, and this is something you do beautifully, I think, in Puerto Rico, actually, Janet. There's people who are in touch with those scenes. And, if you aren't in touch with those scenes and you don't insert yourself in those scenes and do the groundwork, I think it's going to be very difficult to just become viral like some kid from LA. Like, I mean, it happens. It definitely happens. But I think you have to create networks that put you in those places, so people can get to know you. I mean, music is so interpersonal. Yes, we consume it digitally, but if you aren't doing the groundwork, I think in those regions, it'll be very difficult. So my suggestion would be, go there, see what the scene is like. If you really want to break there, make those connections and meet people, and then, see where you need to invest to make that happen within that network. Would be my suggestion. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I think it's a really good point. So kind of delving that into, additional connections, and I think this is a good segue for Victor. Obviously, Victor, you work in SBS, which is traditionally known, as a like a radio, people typically think radio, but I know you've mentioned that, now there's a lot more diversity in terms of the offerings, that SBS has, but their apps, live events, there's a lot of social media support, which now, it's kind of like a new layer to radio, essentially, especially with like just that large reach that, a station, especially, like SBS in terms of the network. Maybe if you can talk to us a little bit about that, kind of like reaching, a little bit about what you do, like, offerings, but then also how you have been able to help, like artists in general, reaching like a little bit more kind of like niche audiences.
Well, it's you've all touched on points that are very interesting, and you're talking, and I'm kind of thinking about a lot of things at the same time, and I go back to one thing, and it comes down to really understanding what the artist, to who he's singing to. Like when an artist has a very specific niche, well, it's a little bit easier to kind of do a marketing strategy to attack that niche. But when you have a little bit of everything and you're trying to be a little bit more mainstream, then it becomes a little bit more complex. That's when you really, as an artist, need to depend on the digital platforms, on the radios, on the TV stations, on the local influencer to be talking about what you're doing. So I think it really comes down. And one thing that I'm very proud about our company is that we don't like to do just a marketing plan. We like to sit down with the artist, with the management, with the publicist, and really understand what they're trying to do on the marketing side, and understand what their music is about and what they're trying to represent. And then we take it from there. In our company, we obviously have tropical stations, we have reggaeton station, we have regional mexicano station. So it's always going to depend on what type of artist, what is it that he wants to sing about, what type of genre. So all those things factor in when we present a marketing plan. I think it was Adele that said that it was very important to have your local connections, and I agree. I think that nowadays this new generation, they think that everything is done by digital, and I think that what makes an artist big is having that combination. Obviously there's exceptions to the rules, but I think that when you see these big artists, one thing they have in common is that they have this local connection in each market where people feel closer to them. So I think that's one of the things that we've been able to do in US. And I think if you're going to be a worldwide artist, you need to figure out in each market who's the person who's going to help you reach that audience.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's definitely really important, and even I feel like Marcos, obviously you brought it up, and it's just kind of like it's just giving me some thought here that yeah, in terms of developing relationships, it's really important. If you want to enter a market, having at least some key players there locally, that that can help you navigate, like what understanding what are the priorities there in that territory. So interesting. So then in terms of territories, what are some emerging territories that maybe, and this is open to discussion, for everybody, anybody that wants to kind of, just kick it. But what are some emerging territories that you're most excited about?
For me, and I'll be very brief, a lot of people in the industry know SBS as a US-based company in Puerto Rico. What we've been able to do with lamusica.com and La Musica app is open it up to the world. I think now with the digital scene, you're able to be in Colombia and still be able to see El Molusco from Puerto Rico and consume his content, or be in Puerto Rico and consume something from Chile. So I think that these platforms like YouTube, like even Pandora, and on the music side, you're able to get content from any part of the world, which is amazing. For us, we've in this pandemic, we started doing live stream concerts. To a shorter extent, we did Los Rabanes, which is a huge band from Panama. And for us, it was challenging because our stations are in the US. So we needed to do what Adele said earlier and reach out to companies locally in Panama, in Argentina, so they could help us promote and reach that audience. The same thing we did with La India. We did a tribute to Celia Cruz and her birthday. And it was amazing. And one of the main markets for salsa right now, it's Peru. It's Nicaragua besides Puerto Rico. So we had the promoter that did the show with us. He had to also get those local advertisers and make sure that there was a conversation happening. So for us, it's very exciting that even though we're a US-based company, we're able to do projects that talk to the world. Marcos, you mentioned Calibash earlier. For us, we in Calibash, we get people from all over the world. Día Nacional de la Salsa in Puerto Rico, 35,000 people event. It's the main salsa event in the world. So a lot of people from Mexico, from Nicaragua, Peru, Colombia, they fly to Puerto Rico to be part of this event. So I think now with the tools that we have, we're able to kind of have a little bit from everywhere. So I think that's amazing for the artists and for us as platforms to be able to, you know, have a footprint everywhere we could have it.
Nice. Anybody want to share their emerging, you know, territories that they're the most excited about?
I mean, for me, I'm definitely excited about where we are right now. Like everyone's just like turning their heads to Argentina. I think I'm very excited for the trap they're doing there. I mean, there's some things that are blowing my mind. So definitely one territory to keep looking at, and Peru as well.
Nice. Marcos, Adel, if you want to share a little bit.
Oh, I can share. You know, we work across all of the territories, and obviously Mexico and Brazil are our biggest markets. But right before COVID hit, Peru and Ecuador were really growing on the live scene for international music, and they still have a really strong appetite. And I know they're smaller, and same with Costa Rica. Everybody thinks about expats in Costa Rica, but actually Costa Rica was starting to develop very cool indie festivals. So we're very excited, you know, 2021, 22 to get back in there and, you know, help develop these very exciting young markets that have a big appetite to consume music, you know, without forgetting the importance Mexico, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Argentina have.
Yeah, I would say I'm excited about, you know, contemporary tropical music, but not necessarily in the sense of like salsa merengue, like just Caribbean artists, I think, are doing such amazing work and really improvising and pushing boundaries. I love the newer artists coming out of República Dominicana, like El Cheriscom and Kiko Crazy, like that new sound of dembow. But then also you have artists like Richie Oriach who are doing like a totally different sound. So that and they could totally collaborate together too. Like I love the breaking down of genres. And just, you know, a willingness. Like I think Kiko actually just is on the new Rita La Indiana album as well, which is, you know, a pairing a you know, quote unquote urban artist with someone who's more like left of center, fusiony, political. You know, I think that's really exciting. I love what's happening in Colombia on the Pacific Coast, in like Santa Marta and Barranquilla and Cartagena, like artists like Yera and Tropical Minds and Lalo Ebrat. Bele, Toto El Frio. I think their stuff is incredible, and I think I love to see, like, you know, Medellin will always be big, but I mean, there's such a huge musical legacy on the Caribbean coast of Colombia. I'm really excited to see artists have that tropical vibe, but be doing something totally different. You know, and there's tons of other examples of that, but to me, that's really exciting. Like young kids just doing their thing, having access to a global audience, and then getting recognized for being uncompromising in an artistic vision. Like, to me, that's really exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I get excited about all that too. So I know that just kind of like offline, we were talking a little bit too about, you know, the relationship with Europe and also Latin American content. So maybe Adele, we can, you know, maybe you can kick it off in terms of how does that look like? What is that relationship, you know, for people that perhaps are not a little bit aware, but that demand of that music, you know, in those territories, and how can, you know, how can we point any digital campaign, you know, if we were going to be talking about, let's say like a LATAM, you know, audience that also is interested in creating campaigns in that space. If you want to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Is it about Latin artists going into Europe or the other way around?
Yeah, I know that perhaps in our audience, there could be people too that are interested in how to, you know, let's say enter the Latin market as well, you know, because obviously there's always this cross-pollination, you know, from different territories. So yeah, how, you know, how to enter then, you know, perhaps Latin music into the European market, or how does that look like?
Well, it's really interesting because it's happened always, you know, since the beginning of time, you always find, you know, Mexican artists or Colombian artists that they have a great touring career in Europe, especially, you know, France, Spain. And, you know, right now, what we're seeing is this great kind of hybrid of Latin artists that are based in France that are doing both. Or, you know, even like, you know, we've had an experience with like a Panamanian Mexican artist based in France who started her career there. Another Venezuelan French artist. We have an artist that's Cuban French. So we see this incredible cross, but we also find like, obviously we need the touring, but there's been an array of artists that have been able to tour Asia, that are well known in Asia, that are Latin, that perhaps it's not like mainstream, but they're making a good career on the touring side. And I think generally speaking, if the music is good and it connects, there's a lot of openness, especially in Europe, for them to hear this music. And, you know, obviously the tours help. I know right now we don't have that. There's a lot of virtual opportunity, but, you know, I think it was Marcus was saying earlier that, you know, that the touring, especially for indie, is a big deal. And I think it goes the same way when we're trying to export, maybe not the commercial music, but more of the indie music, more of the niche music that, you know, that we have the experience with. But what I really love is right now this cross of nationalities that, you know, we're working with. So, you know, this just, you know, these Latin artists that have been able to be exposed to Europe or the US, that are working across all markets. I think that's really exciting, you know, where we see music as the one place where there's no borders. We see music as the one connection where you don't need to speak the same language, and it's just a feeling. And that is something that as music executives in the space is the one thing that I feel like we're the most proud about, you know, is being able to help the new generations understand that we're all world citizens, and no matter what you look like, what color you have on your skin, what gender you are, what language you speak, we can all feel the music, even if you don't understand the lyrics, whether it's in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Haitian or French Haitian, or, you know, Spanish Puerto Rican, which it took me a long time to grasp as a Mexican, you know, whatever that may be. I think the most important thing is that music is the one connection that cannot, you know, stand in the way of us connecting as humans.
I love it. I love it. Andrea, I don't know if perhaps you have any, you know, any insight on that end too.
No, I mean, it's just that Adele just hit a point that is just, it's also like a little bit like personal to me, because we don't have to go even that far, you know, in Latin America. And I think Adele is going to agree with me, you know, in terms of all the Spanish speaking countries, and then there's Brazil, you know, and that breaking that barrier. I'm actually, like, my mom's Brazilian, my dad's Mexican. So I have that very close to my heart, like seeing, whenever I see this collaboration of a Brazilian artist and a Spanish speaking artist, it's just, for me personally, it's like very exciting to see, because there's a lot of like, you see a lot of separation even in Latin America because of that difference in language. But when we see it together, it's the same vibe, it's the same energy. Like right now, like giving it the last example I have on top of my head, like Dana Paola and Aitana, and then Luisa Sonza, you know? So it's like an artist from Spain, a Mexican, and then a Brazilian. And it's just like an amazing combination. And we're seeing that a lot. And I can't wait to see more. Well, like whenever I see these types of mixes and it works, and even more than it works, it's exciting to see. So definitely on board on everything that Adele said. So it's the same energy, it's the same willing to connect with an audience, with a bigger audience than they're maybe used to. And that's one of the things that we also push, you know, on YouTube. Like, how are we going to reach more people? Obviously, we're not going to look for the same like artist that has the same fans that we have. How about we expand more, you know, move the needle a little bit, you know, further, and find something else that maybe we don't even know that we were connecting to, or have find an audience that actually gets it, you know, like the whole picture. So I think this is something that is happening a lot. I'm happy that it's happening, and it should be happening even more, you know. So yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Great. Awesome. So we're reaching here our last 15 minutes of the, the panel. So I'd love to just kind of have everybody, maybe just give their final words, in terms of tips and recommendations from the viewer, to the viewers. Obviously, whether it's Latin artists trying to enter, the Latin market, beyond what their local scene is, or for, non-Latin, consumers also looking to enter the market. So whoever would like to, to kick it off, welcome to do so.
I want to add something to what Adele said, because it's very interesting. We talk a lot in the industry. I don't know if it happens to you guys about what's the next thing. Every week we get New Music Friday, and our team, we're always talking about this is coming out, this came out, and we're always talking about what's the next thing. I think we've gotten to a point where I agree with both of you that people want to see more of these merging of cultures and different languages. So I would like to add that for artists out there that feel that the only genre that's getting love in the world is the urban music, which I love, by the way, and I work with all of them. But that's not the only thing out there. I think that whatever you do, if you keep it authentic, if you have a gimmick, if you have a story, go with it. I mean, platforms like YouTube, like Pandora, like SBS, we have spaces for different types of genres. So I would like to see more of different genres instead of all artists only wanting to record one genre. Or maybe we could find a way to merge both worlds. Like, for example, I saw the other day Gente de Zona with Gerardo Ortiz. And for example, also you see Gendry, it's a Dominican that's also Italian. So I think that as an artist, the only thing that I would love for artists out there that are trying to get into Latin America, Puerto Rico, US, do whatever you feel and go for it.
Oh, and I would like to add to that we have a lot of clients that are non-Latin, right? And there's a lot of preconception that you need to sound Latin to appeal to Latin America, and that is so not true. Because in Latin America, we love all music, sounding from all parts of the world. And I think, Victor, you're spot on in, like, just keep it real to what's real to you. Be genuine, because at the end of the day, I feel like our consumer is smart. And at the end of the day, we're transmitting emotions and feelings, and if they're real, they'll connect. We're, as marketing, we're only as good as our music. And if the music is coming from a real place, from a good, genuine place, and you're talented, it might take a longer time. It might take a bit of nudging, and knocking on the door, maybe longer. But as long as it's true, you will get there. And and I guess success, depending on where you stand, it's so different for everyone. So not everybody has to be the #1 at Billboard, and not everyone has to fill millions of tickets. But as long as you're reaching people and you're helping them in their lives, I think that's a huge measure of success.
For sure, I agreeing with Victor and Adele. I think I'm actually going to steal the quote of a quote. A music colleague was just giving this example of this video where Guillermo del Toro is talking about cinema, but he was like, well, this applies to music as well. And I couldn't agree more, like the way that you're going to reach globally is as long as you keep real to yourself, and maybe like not exactly like local, but like what this is what's going to connect with the world, like how passionate you feel about what and show it, a showcase in the form of art. That's what's going to connect. That's what's going to reach your audience, and that's what's going to touch like millions of people, and then result in millions of views, millions of streams or whatnot. So I think that's basically something that sums it up, and just completing or taking a little bit of what Adele just said. As long as it's real, it's gonna connect, and as long as the music is good and it's going to touch whoever you want to touch, that's it. That's what's gonna make it.
Yeah, I agree with all those points. Definitely authenticity and being a real reflection of your audience, so people can see themselves in you and relate to you. I think that's 100% what we all relate to in music, like somebody who touches you. And it's difficult to do that when you're not comfortable and you're doing something that is contrived. And so often musicians are forced to, gain some success and then are forced into a sound. I do think you really, and Janelle, we talk, I think every panel that we're in connection with, we talk about this. I think you do need to create a local audience if possible, because those are the people who are going to elevate you and help you increase your platform and help co-sign your authenticity. So I think there's no substitution for really doing that groundwork in the beginning, growing your audience. And it could be a community that's online of like-minded people. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a geographic community, but I think to just expect to come out of nowhere is very difficult. Some people achieve it, but I think there's no substitution for that initial work of really, and obviously it's difficult to do shows right now, and it's such a huge part of getting to know an audience, but I think that's crucial, is having the support of your community and them with you on that journey.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, and I think, as we've been chatting, I also, see the importance of even more now than ever, with the pandemic, being able to collaborate with other artists, so this is a good opportunity that, if there are specific regions that you are interested in, in entering, then, doing your research, doing your diligence of, whether it's somebody that you already love that's established, or do a little bit of research in terms of, somebody that you can do something regionally. I have an example of there's an artist, Andrea Cruz, she's from Puerto Rico, and she, now is taking that time to then now do some collaborations in Mexico and Brazil, because if obviously touring has stopped, and obviously you can't do any live shows, then at least you can still, do it online. And whether these collaborations can be obviously doing music together or doing live streams together, stuff like that. So yeah, so it's a very interesting time, but I feel like on the same line, then, and it's still, like a good time to connect and reach out, since a lot of people are still looking kind of for that connectivity regardless. So yeah, so I think that's it for today now. But I definitely wanted to thank, I want to thank everybody for joining us today, for our panelists and our viewers. Stay tuned, obviously, for the next couple of panels that will be coming out. And if you have any questions, obviously feel free to reach out, comment in the video, and we'll make sure to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you very much, and take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
From that city where it never sleeps at night.
The tape is now completely rewound, ready for play. All in thrilling new sound.
My name is Diego Archer. I'm a member of the Christian duo Mariana y Diego, and together myself with Mariana, we have been working with Symphonic for over a year now. We have been independent artists since the start. We have received a couple of record deals, but because of a particular interests in the way that we like to do music, as well as the way that we like to do videos and things like that, we decided that being independent was the best thing for us. It also gives us a little more control of what we would like to do in the product that we would like to deliver, especially being a Christian band. The message that we want to deliver has to be very specific and very important for us to be understood 100% without the interference of others. That being said, Symphonic has been great with us. Not only have they helped us with ideas and making sure that we deliver products or quality products in time, such as our music, our videos, and things like that. But also they have playlist pitching for us. They have promoted our music in a way that I did not expect from a distributor, as well as Symphonic has always been there with customer service, 100%. Great customer services, nothing to complain about there, both in English and Spanish, which for us is really important. If you have a doubt or you need some advice, you can ask your Symphonic staff that works with you with no problem. They will answer very quickly and they will give you very sound advice to deliver a great product. That being said, we just started this year and we have had a great first year, and especially in this year, the 2020 has been a COVID year with a lot of problems. But we have delivered about 9 or 10 videos, and we have finished our first album, lots of singles. We finished our second album, actually, and we have had a lot of success with a lot of followers and a lot of music throughout the different platforms. And obviously, Symphonic is a big part of that, so we would like to thank them and give you thumbs up, Symphonic. You should use them.
You give. Take away the negative and bring the positive. And I'm not really much of a scientist, but I can try and explain what the science is. Well, on time, every time, baby. Don't disappear into the night, baby. Just give me that time, every time, baby.
Girl, your loving got me looking down on earth like it's goodbye. Cause you go the above and way beyond. Forget the sky, 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 sky. Nothing gets me. Girl, when I'm feeling down, addicted to your love, I'm needing it now. Cause you got me high way up high off the ground. I may not come down. If you agree how I sound, and if I am lost, I don't wanna be found. Your love got me high way up high off the ground.
And your loving got me looking down on earth like it's goodbye. Just you go the above and way beyond. Forget the sky, 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 sky. Nothing gets me. Gets me high, gets me high, gets me high, gets me high.
This is Randall Foster, Vice President of Business Development and GM of Symphonic Distribution Nashville. Hope you'll join me Wednesday, November 11th at 1:15 for our panel, Publishing During the Pandemic. We'll be discussing how music publishers are changing and evolving to deal with the trying times of this global pandemic. And we'll discuss songwriters, creatives, performance royalties, and other items that have been affected from it. Again, join us Wednesday, November 11th at 1:15. I hope you can make it. See you there.
Welcome. I'm AJ Alvarez. I'm the Director of Latin Marketing here at Symphonic. And today with me, I have Jordan Maffei from Beatport. Welcome, Jordan.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm so glad to have you here, actually. Jordan is a curator with Beatport. She is the former executive editor of Nest HQ and also a former host of Insomniac Radio. Currently, she curates a number of genres, including dance electro pop, dubstep, hard dance, hardcore, and so many more. And she's also a curator in her own right, launching her monthly hardcore playlist series, Serious Damage, last year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And she is a graduate with a bachelor's degree in journalism from San Diego State, University. And she continues to find new methods of storytelling for the electronic music community, which is what we're talking about today. So I'm very excited to have you here. Seeing as we only have 15 minutes, I'm gonna jump right in. That's okay.
Perfect.
So much of the conversation at the DSPs where visibility is concerned is around playlists. Driving this conversation is the notion of discoverability, where the audience is first encountering the music. Beatport stands out as playlists per se are not a discovery point on the platform. Where are some of the interesting spaces on the platform driving artist discovery at the moment?
So I'd actually argue that the playlists on Beatport are a discovery point on the platform, but they're not called playlists, they're called charts. So I think I'm not exactly sure how many artists know about creating charts and what that does. But every week as a curator, I create multiple charts for each of my genres, including the best new music for each genre. We have a weekly marketing campaign. It's a different theme every week. So like peak hour tracks, closing essentials, future classics, and more, where we create a chart for each genre as well. And we are always creating Beatport link playlists, which are designed to be used for DJ sets. And so at Beatport, curators are encouraged to feature the best music, regardless of whether the artist is a big name or not. So we're often adding new and up and coming artists to our playlists. For all of our best new music charts, we add those same picks to Spotify. So those artists can be featured there on our Spotify account as well. We currently have about 150,000 followers on our Spotify account. And we've got 30 different playlists on Spotify for each of the genres as well. So I'd say that we are a discoverability point on Beatport itself. I think that people need to just navigate it and see charts and be like, oh, those are just playlists that are made on Beatport. And so, like I said, as a curator, we're able to feature anything. I've seen artists that I've put into like the best new big room Spotify playlists. They reach the top 10 in the big room charts, and they have never seen that level of support before. So I think that's a good example of what artists can achieve on Beatport and on our Spotify playlists.
Totally. How do you feel that artists can maximize on their ability to reach fans in those spaces, the chart space?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, if artists are releasing music on Beatport, they should always be promoting the release on socials and providing a link to the release so their listeners can actually purchase their music on Beatport and they can move up in the top 100 charts. And so after they release a new track, new EP, new album, artists should always make a Beatport chart whenever they release new music on the store. Charts are essentially artist curated playlists, and they should include like the artist's new release, plus some of their favorite music at the moment. These charts are featured in various areas of the store. I absolutely love it when I see an artist coming out with a new release and they add like 30 tracks to the chart, and it's perfect to be used for people who just want to know what they're listening to right now and to check out their new release. And if the artists are added to our Spotify playlist, it's always great to share the playlist on social media to kind of shout out like, hey, Beatport playlisted me.
Totally. I actually just thought of a question. Are labels able to create DJ charts as well?
They can actually. So whenever labels create charts, I think it's great if they make a Beatport link chart. And so that's to be used with our monthly subscription DJ streaming software, Beatport Link. It's fantastic when the labels can feature their artist roster in a chart. But even then, I feature label playlists in the genres if I ever get any great ones. So yeah, absolutely. The only thing is labels don't exactly have too much creativity when it comes to their profiles. So I'm not sure if their charts are linked to their profiles, but label profiles should have all of the releases from the label, and we'll feature them in the different genres. Yeah.
Nice. What kinds of tools, maybe outside of charts, are artists able to use to be active on the platform? And where can they go to get started with those tools?
I'd say if you're an artist releasing on Beatport, you should always make sure that your artist profile is up to date with a fresh bio, your latest press shot, that sort of thing. You can always email Beatport support and we can update those for you. And before even getting to promoting your release on the platform, artists should always work with their labels and distributors to make sure that their release titles are free of spelling errors, their release artwork doesn't include any inappropriate imagery. In addition to the music being great quality, this is the best way for an artist to get a great feature on the store, just because it kills me inside when I hear a great song that's maybe in Big Room and the artwork is like a really inappropriate image of a woman who's naked and it just doesn't quite make sense. So it's always good to keep that in mind. And as I mentioned before, the artist curated charts are a great way to be active on Beatport. It's super easy to create. Anybody with a DJ profile on Beatport can create one. That's basically just when you sign up with a username. And I'm, not a professional DJ or anything, but I even create charts under my personal profile just to share the music that I like. And then making sure that their charts don't use the release artwork as the image for the chart. Always use a press shot or something that's different. It's the best way to get it featured on the store, or else it just looks like another release. In addition to that, Beatport goes live on Twitch multiple times a week, and we absolutely love to see artists interacting with the Twitch chat when we're live. It's a great way to talk to fans and show up for their online DJ community.
That is so dope. I love that. So is there an area of like marketing or, when an artist is planning their rollout of their release that artists might need to emphasize more, focus more attention on when they're considering, pickup and placement on Beatport, and what helps the new music stand out for you, if it's not the marketing plan?
Yeah, as far as the marketing plan, I know that there are a ton of artists who release on Beatport who maybe don't have teams for this sort of thing, and they might be doing it all by themselves. I'd say that making sure that your distributor sends in a feature request, that's how the curators can see what comes in and what we should feature. So that's a great way for artists to make sure that their music gets considered for feature consideration. Even then, if I don't have a release coming in that's asking to be featured, we look at every single thing that comes into the back end. So we're happy to feature any release as long as we love it. And since I curate the EDM genres of Beatport, that includes big room, electro house, dubstep, future house, hard dance, and more, I'm usually excited to hear something fresh within these genres. And usually the weirder and more experimental the track, the more likely I am to feature it, because that's just what I love. Some people argue that EDM genres are a little too formulaic, they've become stale, but I have watched so many new trends emerge since I started at Beatport, and it's really exciting to see these changes happen in real time. But specifically from a technical standpoint, I'm looking for music that possesses a high quality production standard, such as clean mix down, well-mixed vocals, a volume that's not too loud or too quiet. It's important for me to recognize these elements since most customers on the store are downloading this music in order to DJ, and there is nothing worse than mixing in a track that is way quieter than the last track. So those are important, but as I said before, it's really great to be a curator at Beatport because we are not beholden to, the biggest labels or the biggest artists and what they think we should feature. It can be absolutely anything as long as we think it's good quality.
That's great to hear, actually. If artists, find themselves with a little extra time on their hands at the moment, obviously a lot of us are finding that time, what are some things that they can be focused on updating or cleaning up or organizing on the platform to help them potentially connect with new fans or, clearing up their presence on the platform?
Yeah, like I said earlier, making sure that your artist profile is up to date. In addition to creating charts and promoting their Beatport releases on social media, Beatport invites a wide range of artists to join our live stream as performers or as active users in the Twitch chat to connect with their fans. So even just showing up on that front is great. We are mostly doing these streams in Berlin, hopefully soon in LA. So to any LA DJs watching, maybe you'll be next. And Beatport actually also has a music blog called Beat Portal, where we love to highlight artists that are new and up and comers, and they're influencing dance music in a great way. So I'd say to keep up with Beat Portal would be great, but I love when I get to write an article about some of the greatest tracks in my genres that people might have missed. That's when I get to highlight the smaller artists, and especially if somebody is really active on Beatport and making charts, sharing their releases on social media, that usually makes me think like, oh, I really do want to feature this person and give them a little bit more love, you know?
Yeah, that's exciting. So we're closing out here in just a minute. I want to know, can you tell us something big that we can look forward to from Beatport in 2021?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to watch what's happening with Beatport Link. For those who aren't aware, Beatport Link is a monthly subscription streaming service for DJs. It makes our whole entire catalog accessible to stream audio through DJ equipment. Beatport Link can be used with Rekordbox DJ, Serato, Virtual DJ, and more. Plus, Link is actually integrated with Denon's DJ players, which is great. There is so much more to come with Beatport Link, and I can't reveal too much about it, but it is certainly worth watching for anyone involved in the DJ community. I would love to see what's going to happen with Link in the next few years. It would be a dream to see Beatport Link available in music venues, because you wouldn't even, as a DJ, need to show up with your USB. All of your music is just in your account and your playlists. So for those who don't really know about Link, it would be awesome for you to look into it. I have been having so much fun at home just DJing with Link, getting a lot better as the weeks pass, since we are all currently stuck at home. So I think that just keeping an eye on Link would be great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us today, Jordan. We appreciate all of the insight. I know that a lot of people will be finding some time on their hands to update their profiles and definitely check out Link. Do you have anything else you want to leave us with?
I just say to all the artists who are watching, keep creating music, keep putting out music. It doesn't even matter if you are signed to a label or not. Find a distributor that's going to get your music on Beatport. I just love hearing new music, and it seems like the trends are even changing as we've been locked up at home and people have been a little bit more creative. So I'm so grateful that I get to work during this time, and I get to work a job that I love, and I get to stay connected with the art that I love as well. So just please, please keep creating.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. Greg DeVito here from Symphonic Distribution. I am Manager of Client Marketing and Streaming Promotion. With me, I have Alina Thompson from Pandora. And Alina is a Manager of Artist Marketing and Industry Relations there. She's been, how long have you been with Pandora, Alina?
It has been about 2 years almost, year and a half, I guess, almost 2 years.
Cool. And so your role mostly involves managing relationships with labels and artist teams, overseeing release plans for new music, securing marketing support, and educating users on new marketing tools. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool. Great. Well, thank you for joining us for our playlisting panel here at Symphonic's Virtual Music Industry Sessions. We have 15 minutes for this conversation, so let's jump right into it. So for this first segment, we'd like to talk about how artists can build their presence on Pandora, both on platform and off platform. So what are the best on platform practices that artists should be employing to build their presence on your platform?
Yeah, so we actually have a lot of great tools that are at the artist's disposal. Pandora really has 2 platforms for the artist to use: AMP, which is our artist marketing platform, and then
Okay.
Next Sound, which is our analytics platform. So AMP has 3 main marketing tools in there that artists can be utilizing as much or as little as they want, completely for free. One of those is the artist audio messages, which are basically like liners that they can do. They get to be up to 18 seconds long, and they can really amplify whatever marketing initiative you have at the time, because you're able to add a URL click-through link, you're able to target by geographic location. So there's a lot you can do with these liners, from introing new music and telling some story behind the song to doing specific tour stop liners whenever we get to do in-person tours again.
Yeah, right.
Them to specific cities. pointing to an on-demand single or a new album. You can attach them at the beginning or the end of specific songs. So you really have a lot of control over these. They're a great way to enhance any marketing plan and any goal you're working towards. The second piece in AMP is featured tracks. And these are amazing. A featured track basically just means that the algorithm is going to cast a wider net with where it places and programs your song. So each artist gets 6 of these a year, and they run for 8 weeks each. So when you go in and do a featured track, it'll run for 8 weeks, and we see anywhere from 20 to 200% increase in streams when artists go in and do a featured track. And in terms of like a best practice, it's not necessarily something we recommend as a release day strategy, but rather we recommend waiting between 4 to 7 weeks before you go in and feature a track. And that's just so the algorithm has a little bit of time to see where the song's performing well, who's thumbing it up, who's thumbing it down. And then after a few of those weeks go by, it'll have a lot of data and it'll just be a more effective featured track opportunity for you.
Cool. That's great. We love Pandora AMP here at Symphonic. We include some information on it in all of our marketing plans for artists. So always giving it a shout out. So a couple more questions on AMP. One, that's available to any artist, correct? They can go to Pandora AMP and log in and get access regardless of their label or distribution setup?
Yeah, and every artist has access to AMP. You can go to ampplaybook.com, and that is like the holy grail hand guide of everything and anything AMP related. It will show you how to get access to your account. It'll walk you through the liners, the featured tracks, how to do those, best practices. And it'll also tell you about Pandora Stories, which I should have mentioned is also a free feature in AMP. Those are like hosted playlists that the artist can create and go into stories behind their songs. They can pull in their own music. They can pull in any song on Pandora. So they could do a Pandora story about the songs that influenced their upcoming album and talk about, George Strait and Loretta Lynn or whoever they want to pull in to that Pandora story.
Very cool. And yeah, like I said, we encourage all of our artists to take advantage of those great marketing tools available through AMP. Do you feel that the platform is being used by most artists? Do you think it's underutilized, some of those tools? Just curious on Pandora's side, because it's something we're always, encouraging our artists to use.
Yeah, I definitely think it's underutilized. I try to tell as many people about it as I can, especially since it's free. It's definitely something where the artists who are really actively using it, I think we definitely see them get out what they put into it. So it's absolutely something we want everyone to take advantage of. It's very, very simple for independent artists who don't have a whole team around them. And then people who do have entire teams around them, that's great. They can probably even, make it even more effective because they can be a little more invested in it, but it's a very user-friendly platform.
Cool. Yeah, we love it. So what are some off-platform strategies that you would recommend to help artists then build on Pandora?
I think using their platforms to help push to Pandora, right? So like their artist social accounts, their websites, really remember that you have an audience at Pandora. So including that in different link trees or icons on a website or social posts so that your fan base who's there can click off to that and go to their account and listen there. Pandora also allows everyone to listen on demand for free. So if you have a paid membership, you don't have to listen to ads and you can still function on demand. But if you are in the free tier, you can still listen on demand. You just watch like a 30-second ad first. So when artists are promoting to the platform, they could link to an on-demand song and know that everyone is going to be able to go through that link and listen to the song.
Cool. Yeah, that's great. And then I guess part 2 of that question would be, what have you seen work really well in an artist release campaign that's captured your attention, whether that's either on platform or off platform, something clever with the audio liners or something you saw, on their socials that helped drive people to Pandora. If you had any specific examples, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think in terms of the liners, something we always see work really well, and even our research team has kind of flagged to us, are the intro liners. The artists introducing a brand new song, giving a few seconds of like context behind the song and what it means, and then asking for that thumbs up. So, hey, I'm so-and-so, you're about to hear my new song, X. It's about blah, blah, blah. If you like it, give it a thumbs up. That we actually see longer time spent listening and higher engagement rates in terms of thumbs on the song that has that type of intro liner. I think it probably taps into that listener relationship of this artist is asking something from me. They want me to give it a thumbs up. That's such an easy thing I can do for them. I think it kind of starts to build that relationship there. It catches them in their listening experience and lets them know it's a new song. So they probably won't recognize it, but maybe they're going to be invested enough to listen and check it out and not skip it if they don't recognize it. So that's definitely something that we see work time and time again. And then also the Pandora stories, like the artists who get really creative with those and come up with fun themes to build them around, who continuously edit them because they can continue to edit them while they're live on platform and build them and grow them and push to them on socials. I think it's such a unique piece of content that artists who are really creative with those, I think, see a difference too.
Cool. That's really helpful. And you've already sort of answered my next question, I believe, but it was, what do you look for within the Pandora ecosystem when seeing, like, whether you want to add a track to playlists or bigger playlists or stations? So obviously the thumbs up is so critical. Are there other metrics that, Pandora is paying attention to while considering, any sort of editorial features, any sort of editorial support for an artist track?
Absolutely. We're looking at a lot of different things, but thumbs is huge. It's huge for us. That means a listener stopped what they were doing, picked up their phone and thumbed up your song. Right. So it's a great tell on what is reacting. So we definitely are looking at thumbs up percentages, but we're also looking at completion rates and skip rates. We're looking at, where the algorithm is pulling in an artist's music on different artist stations. We're looking at, how much on-demand activity is there. And we're also looking at things like our predictions charts and our trendsetters charts, which are both algorithmically populated and kind of help call attention to artists who are really standing out and popping on platform. And then just, we see the artists who are hustling too and who are calling out Pandora on socials and have us on their website and are really driving traffic there and are using AMP. All those things are things that we see and look at as well.
Totally, yeah, and I think that's something that gets overlooked, those individual DSP shoutouts and how important that really is, and to drive traffic to one place sometimes, and outside of the link trees and Feature FM links that everyone uses. Those are great landing pages, but like, it is still so important to just drive traffic to one place, and I know that's important for you and your role. So it's something we also always include and mention to our artists when they're releasing. So an artist gets playlisting and they get some big station ads outside of the basics, pushing on socials, email blasts, like we've talked about. Anything within the Pandora platform that they can do. So again, like audio liners, anything else that they should be aware of to just help continue to promote those sorts of features within the Pandora ecosystem.
Yeah, I think if you're starting to see programming placement on a specific track, whether it's a playlist or a station, take a look at AMP and see what you have running on that song. Do you have an intro liner? If not, it's a good time to add one because it looks like that song is going to see, an increase in streams now that it has editorial placement. Maybe looking at a featured track timing. Have you featured it yet? If not, maybe you should feature it in the next couple weeks as it starts to get this, bigger placement and more streams. So I definitely think when you start to see a song get editorial placement, go in and look at what you have running on it and what you can do around it. Can you add a liner? Can you feature it? Obviously, again, socials, pushing your audience there to hear it. Those are all good things to look at.
Cool. Yeah. And again, another plug for the AMP playbook. It's something I've spent a lot of time with and we share. So yeah, that's ampplaybook.com, right, is where artists should go. And there's tons of information and resources on all of these features that they can take advantage of once they have that access.
Yeah, and I should also mention too, in Next Big Sound, there's a red follow button on your profile. It's in the top left corner. And if you hit that follow button, that's how you'll get email notifications if your song has been programmed. So if you're added to a playlist or a station, you'll get an automatic email notification letting you know. So that's a great tool to utilize as well in Next Big Sound.
Great. Yeah, really helpful to know. Heading into just the last segment here, just some questions that we've gathered from artists, managers, and some labels we work with. The first one we have, so if a release has been out for weeks or even months, but say it hasn't received any sort of editorial features, stations or playlist ads, is it possible it could still be picked up if it's been out a couple months? And if so, what's most valuable in the consideration at that point? Is it one big item like a TV performance or, some real radio traction, or the further removed from a release date, are there a number of factors that sort of are a checklist for you and your role that need to be considered before like going in and adding a track? That's a question we get pretty often from a lot of our clients.
Yeah, there's absolutely potential to still get editorial placement after the fact if you don't get it on release week. So I definitely don't want people to be discouraged there. And I would say on and off platform, both places, we're looking at music. So we're going to be looking on platform and see if something's raising its hand or standing out. You know, did an artist show up on Predictions or Trendsetters? Is the song reacting? Is there, data behind it that's standing out to us? And we might go and program it. Our curators might add it to stations or playlists that it wasn't in before, or maybe they didn't program it right away and they see the kind of reaction on platform, so they give it some editorial placement. And then off platform too, maybe a song is going viral on TikTok, and that's how it catches, our curators' eyes. So they're definitely looking everywhere. I think on and off platform, there's always that ability to make noise with a release, even if it's, weeks or months or however long removed from its release date. I think maybe the only thing you would miss out on would be like a new country now, like a new release playlist opportunity if it released a month ago and is discovered and edited and programmed later. But really, there's absolutely still that chance. So I don't want people to feel discouraged if they don't get that placement right out of the gate.
That's really helpful. I mean, we get, on release day, everyone has that excitement and anticipation, and everyone wants to see a whole ton of support and playlisting come through right out of the gate, on that Friday on the release. But, we know it's a long game, and as long as you've got the right strategy, we always tell our clients, be patient. We really believe that if things grow, especially organically with the track, and if you have a team around it as well with PR, radio, whatever, that's great as well. If there's some traction off platform and some other places, but we say if a track's going to perform well on the platform, usually it ends up finding its way, I believe, right, to playlists or stations if people are giving it the thumbs up and sharing on socials. So that's something I know that is paid attention to.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. A couple more questions here. So do curators and editors want to hear specific suggestions for playlists or stations in their pitches? So this is something we get a lot of feedback when someone's sending marketing drivers in, and it's helpful sometimes for us just to really dive in and understand the music. But a lot of times they'll, artists or clients say, hey, can you please reach out to this person and see if they'd consider this for like this very specific playlist? Is that something in your role that you appreciate or something you prefer to not hear about and just like would rather listen to the music, spend time with the marketing drivers that are submitted, and then determine whether or not and where it could be placed?
It's such a tough one because really everyone is so different, right? Certain curators might love that, certain curators might not. I think for me and for our team, I think we're always very open to hearing those suggestions. The artist and their teams know their music so well.
Right.
They might have a suggestion on where they think it would be a great fit. I think the most important piece there would then maybe not to be hung up if a curator programs it somewhere other than where you recommend it. But in my opinion, I think suggestions are helpful and honestly kind of shows that our platform. But my advice there would be if you are going to suggest a playlist or station, make sure that playlist or station is the correct one for the platform you're emailing.
Right. Absolutely. That's really helpful. We do get that, like I said, feedback a lot, just asking, we really think it's so perfect for this, specific playlist. Is that information you can share with your, with your contacts and your reps? So that's really helpful to know. So thanks for that.
And we pass that stuff on too. Like when people are suggesting places to us, we'll make sure the suggestions get to our curators and we'll share that information.
Cool. Great. That's really helpful to know. Last question. What can fans and or artists of Pandora expect to come in 2020 that they should be excited for?
Oh gosh, I feel like there's going to be so many great things coming in 2021. I can't talk about all of them yet probably, but I know this year one of the biggest initiatives we had was launching modes. So modes are basically a further curated listening experience on our stations. So if you're on Today's Country, we now have a female voices mode that you could listen in that is going to amplify female artists and play female.
Yeah, really cool.
If you're on our 80s rock station, we have a crowd favorites mode or a deep cuts mode. So you can decide, like, do I want to hear the hits and songs that I know, or do I want to discover and listen in discovery mode or deep cuts mode? So this has been a huge launch for us. We're very excited about it. So I think 2021 is going to have a lot of larger initiatives around those modes with artists, and I'm excited for those.
Yeah, that's cool. It seems like a really unique feature.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been awesome, and it's been fun to watch those get built out over the last few months. We just launched a Today's Country Christmas mode that we're excited about, so it'll be great for Christmas music and things like that too.
Cool.
And then I think, it'll be interesting to see when touring comes back and what that looks like. Obviously, this year has been interesting for everyone in terms of shifting things. We did a lot of virtual events and live streams in kind of a variety show format that went really well. We're very excited about. We did ones with Kane Brown and the Killers and Charlie Puth. So I think going into 2021, we'll have more virtual events and variety style events in that lane that will be exciting. And then hopefully pivot back to real live in-person shows at some point. But
hopefully, yes.
So it'll be great. 2021, I think, will have a lot of fun things to look forward to.
Cool. That all sounds great. Well, I think this information was really helpful. So again, amplaybook.com, tons of great tools there. And well, thanks so much, Lena, for joining, speaking to us about Pandora. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Have a good one.
Hey, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, pretty good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there.
Good. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for Virtual Music Industry Sessions this year, 2020. Very virtual at the moment. I'm AJ Alvarez. I'm a member of Symphonic. I am the director of LATAM marketing. Today we have David Ecker, who is a member of Spotify's US Indie team. He works with artists and labels to maximize their presence on the platform. He has been at Spotify for 6 years and was previously a member of the US Majors team, the Artist Management team, and the Artist Services team. I think it's safe to say that David knows Spotify pretty well. He's based in New York, and he's also an avid jazz pianist and composer. I can safely say, and personally have had the pleasure of hearing you play, and I think that it's wonderful. So glad to have you here. We're really excited also that you have such not only an inside perspective, but you also have the indie artist perspective that you can give us too here. I know we only have 15 minutes, so I'm gonna jump right in. Since so many are already familiar with the platform, I wanna discuss discovery in relation to playlisting. I believe that we can all agree that the focus on radio spins in the industry in the past was driven by where we believe the audience first encountered a song. That focus to playlists over the past few years, as there seems to be this misconception that it's the driving force of music discovery at present. What are some of the lesser known areas of discovery on the platform, and how can artists ensure that they're maximizing on their abilities to reach fans in those spaces?
For sure. So I think just for starters, to state the obvious, playlisting is a very important way, or a very, I would say, convenient way of reaching a lot of people very quickly. I think that not acknowledging that is doing a bit of a disservice to artists. But I also think it's not the only way, and I think that when you make it on a playlist, it is not the golden ticket that a lot of artists and labels, quite frankly, sometimes think that it is. It's really important when you make it on a playlist, or when you don't make it on a playlist, to have a devoted, dedicated, lean forward fan base that will actively seek out your music, whether or not it continues to be on playlists or was on playlists in the first place. So that being said, I think that some of the actions that artists can take, the most powerful action, in my opinion, is the follow button. It's not only one of the stickier actions in the sense that people rarely unfollow artists, but it's also an action that directly impacts things like Release Radar inclusion and Discover Weekly inclusion, as well as some of the radio features on Spotify. So, making sure that your fans are hitting that follow button, are making the leap from other social media platforms to Spotify is a really powerful way that artists can build their fan base, whether or not they're on a playlist.
Definitely. You actually touched on something that's, an interesting trend, and not only a trend, but a cornerstone of artist marketing, and that is socials and how that impacts, getting fans and activating them, bringing them to the content. It's a whole different line of discovery that exists. How are you seeing indie artists successfully activate their fan base on socials, be it IG or TikTok or Facebook even, and what are the tools that Spotify has to integrate so that it makes it a little bit easier for the artists to get their fan base over to their Spotify page or to their content there, of course?
Yeah, definitely. So, first off, as you mentioned, Spotify works very hard to create integrations that make that transition seamless. So, one of I think the best integrations we have is with Instagram, and the ability to link out from Instagram stories to a Spotify artist page, to a Spotify playlist or an album, and this is in the share menu, of any track, playlist, artist. It gives you the option to share to Spotify stories, and this is a way to use Instagram stories to link back to Spotify without needing to have a verified Instagram profile or have a certain number of followers as required to do the swipe up functionality. So I think that's something that we really worked very hard to create, and I think is very useful. Same with Twitter. We have Twitter audio cards where you can embed and listen directly from Twitter. I think with platforms, newer platforms like TikTok, it really is in some ways the Wild West, because a lot of artists and labels are seeing music blow up on the platform and thinking, well, what does that mean, right? How do I translate that not only to Spotify streams, but also ticket sales when God willing we can all go out to shows again. I know I miss them immensely. So I think that artists and labels are saying, well, what does this mean? And I think that Spotify is in a very beneficial and lucky position, fortunate position, where artists, or rather fans, hear a song on TikTok and immediately think, okay, I'm going to go look that up on Spotify. I'm going to go listen to the rest of the artist's music and catalog on Spotify. So I think that happens to a certain degree automatically, but I think it also is incumbent upon the artist and the label and the artist's team and distributor to, call that out, to say, hey, you like this track? You've heard it on TikTok, listen to the rest of the music on Spotify.
You actually touch on something that I'd like to go back to for the artists who are watching. One of the things that we always talk about is your marketing drivers. What are you actually doing to activate your fan base, to have people listening to your content? I know that you have this conversation all the time because we always have this conversation. What are the strong drivers that we could be sharing from our artists? I think there's this misconception that hey, we're gonna be going to radio and that's where it stops. I think there's a lot more than just one or two things that you can be doing. There's so many things. So what are some examples of good, strong marketing drivers?
I think the biggest thing, the biggest way that artists can pick the right marketing drivers, because that's really what it's about. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Different marketing drivers and different different facts and figures and statements and pitches work for different folks. Not only within the broader ecosystem, but within Spotify. And I think